Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to call the special meeting of the Board of Education to order. This afternoon, we will be interviewing 12 candidates. The board will be considering candidates to fill the provisional vacancy on the board of the Elk Grove Unified School District. We appreciate the interest that has been expressed in joining our board, and we are excited about the opportunity to make this important decision. For the benefit of those of you in the audience, including any candidates for the vacancy, please allow me to review the process that we'll be following. I will be reading the following information because I want to make sure that I don't leave anything out. Under the California Education Code, the school board has 60 days from when a vacancy is created on the board to fill that vacancy, and that is what we are doing here today. The appointment is made based on a majority of the vote of the school board. This appointment will become effective immediately. The term of the person appointed to the board depends on the term of the person who vacated the board position. In this case, the term of former member Steve Lee was until the end of November 2016. Therefore, the person selected for the provision board vacancy will hold office until the next regularly scheduled election for district board members will be November 2016. During 2016 election, a person will be elected to fill the 4-year term of office for Trustee Area 6, December 1st, 2016, December 1st, 2020. In other words, this means that the person we appoint tonight will serve until the end of November 2016, after which the seat will again be up for election. The California Education Code recognizes the appointment as a provisional appointment that can be revoked if a sufficient number of persons submit a petition calling for an election. Because of the cost of a special election, we hope that such an election will not be necessary. A special election would cost between $731,360 or over $1,023,000. This estimate is based on a registered voter count of 146,272. Turning to the specific process for this evening, candidates have been scheduled for interview times and have been asked to wait to be brought in for their time. At the scheduled time, the board will be asking each candidate to make a brief statement about their qualifications and why they are seeking to be on the board, and then interviewing, asking 5 questions of that candidate immediately after their statement. We cannot require the candidates to step out of the room while the others are making their statements or being interviewed, as this is a public meeting. We have been advised, however, that we can request that the candidates voluntarily step out of the room during the statements and interviews of the other candidates. We would like to ask that the candidates do so in fairness to those who will be interviewed first, without the benefit of having seen the questions asked and answers given by other candidates. During the interviews, board members will be taking notes for their own use. These notes will not be shared between board members and will not be retained by the district, as they are purely for board members' personal use to help them remember the details of each interview or questions to ask. A break has been built into the process in between interviews. After the interviews, I will call for public comments consisting of the following: 3 speakers per candidate, 1 minute per speaker. Bargaining units will have an opportunity to speak, 1 speaker per unit, 2 minutes per speaker. Public comment, additional comments will also be considered for 30 seconds each. Following public comments, board members will review their notes and give thought to their own perceptions through a deliberation process in public, which will be facilitated by me, the board president, and begin with a list of each board member's top 3 candidates in no particular order. The board will deliberate regarding which candidate to appoint. It is our hope that at the end of the evening, this process will leave us with the board vacancy filled and the new board member would then be sworn in. Again, we want to thank all of the candidates for their interest in serving on the board of the Elk Grove Unified School District. Our decision tonight will be a hard one. Regardless of what we decide, we hope that this process will encourage all of the participants and anyone else in the audience or following this process to consider running for the school board in the future. Let's begin the process. We are ready for our first candidate. Oh, it's not. Should we do the phone? We can. All right, thank you for the reminder. It wasn't in my notes, but we will go ahead and as we get ready for the first interview, we will do the Pledge of Allegiance. Led by Mary Deutsch. Republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Ms. Deutsch, for the reminder.
Can I have my keychain? Where's my keychain?
Yeah, your keychain. Oh, where's the candidate's name? Okay.
You're gonna get a 2-minute. See, I'd have to change it, go from the 2 minutes back to the 15 minutes.
Just leave for what?
Well, they get a 2-minute introduction.
No, that's part of the 15.
Oh, that's part of it? I thought it was
It's
3
not.
minutes per question.
We can, no one said, told me otherwise. Yeah. They said that we don't collect the notes. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Pardon? None of that's no, it's just for you. I will ask for your top 3 and we'll go round robin. Yeah.
And that's why.
Are we held up? We're actually early. I was a fast reader. Do board members have any questions on the process or anything? We're all good for our notes and the questions? We all know which question we have? Very good. And at this time, I'd actually like to remind the board to not ask any follow-up questions. We can only ask the question that we have been assigned. If you can only ask for, if they ask that they didn't understand the question, you can repeat the question only. That's all. There's no engagement allowed. You just, we read the question and that's it. So I want to make sure we all understand that. All right, yes, we are ready.
Good evening. I'd like to introduce our first candidate, George Brown, Jr.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brown, for applying for the provisional vacancy on the board. Please make a brief statement about your qualifications and why you are seeking to be on the board. We will be interviewing you immediately after your statement, and I want to remind you that you will have 15 minutes from your opening statement to the conclusion as well. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board President Bobby Singh. Good afternoon, trustees. Good afternoon, Superintendent. And good afternoon, Arlene Hine. Yes, my name is George Brown. I've lived in Elk Grove for the past 7 years, 6.5 years, going on 7 years this summer. And I'm applying for the vacant trustee Area 6 position due to my interest in education, due to my interest in my sons. I have 3 sons, as well as the community that I live in. I've been participating in the school system on a more increased basis since 2006 up until today. And so I feel I have the qualifications in terms of applying for this vacant position. The things that I would accredit to my applying for this position is that in 2006, I was the parliamentarian for my son's school in New York City. And a year after, I became the president of the PTA there in New York City. And that's where I really began to become more informed as a parent and how I can contribute to my son's education and know more about it, as well as contribute and help the teachers and the administrators within the school system. And then moving here to California in 2008, my wife and I just transitioned, and we got involved in his school at that same time, and became involved with a concerned African-American parents program at Laguna Creek High School. And in that terms, we started partnering with our neighbors and some friends, and there was a issue between the achievement gap at that school for African Americans. And so once again, I became more knowledgeable and listening to others who've been in the system, working with children and working with the school teachers on how important a parent role is in their children's education and how they can help and how they can learn and become more knowledgeable in that process. So with that, and also with my community, with other parents in the neighborhood, just doing things in terms of volunteering at the school, volunteering at talent shows, volunteering also with my church in a school background as well. I feel I have the qualifications in assisting with the school board for our education here in Elk Grove and the entire district.
Great. Question 1.
Hi. In your opinion, what are the elements that contribute to a cohesive working school board? And how would you contribute to the cohesiveness of the Elk Grove Unified Board of Education?
Yes, thank you. Miss, is it Albiani?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I feel in terms of for a cohesive board, first thing is listening. I think it's very important to listen to everyone's ideas, everyone's perspective, their approach to a question, an issue within the community or here that we're speaking about the school district. And then understanding, right? Understanding where they're coming from, understanding the issue at hand, and then really trying to come together for the greatest outcome, right, for that issue and for the community. So I believe listening and giving each other time to understand each other brings about cohesiveness, and then being upfront, right? Being respectful about it, but being upfront about your stance and your perspective and your issue. And so with me, bringing that to the board, I would say one of the first things that I'm going to do is take time to learn from everyone here, but also spend time with the board, understanding each and every one on the board, you know, where they're coming from and their vision for the board itself.
Hello, Mr. Brown. I have question number 2 for you. Do you believe that being a member of the Board of Education can make a difference in the operation of the school district, and if yes, how?
Do I believe that it can make a difference? Right?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Mr. Madison? Yes, I believe the board itself plays a very important role in the education system in terms of, once again, understanding the policies, understanding the programs, and understanding its role as the board and how to support and how to lift those programs and policies. So one, yes, I do believe in the importance of the board and its role. And I believe going around to each of the schools, and learning what's occurring in the schools, what the programs are, the opportunities, the challenges, that helps the trustee as an individual to come back to the board and speak about those issues. And then, once again, we're talking about cohesiveness, bringing those ideas together and looking to see how we can create better platforms and better opportunities for our children here in Elk Grove.
Okay, thank you.
Great, Mr. Fortino.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, you have about a little over 9 minutes for the next 3 questions. What is your vision and long-term commitment to the Elk Grove Unified School District Board of Education?
Did you have his,
Mr. Fortuna?
do you have the speaker on? I didn't hear it.
I'm sorry.
Can you repeat it?
Yeah, I'll repeat the question. I'm sorry, I didn't have my speaker on. What is your vision and long-term commitment to the Elk Grove Unified School District Board of Education?
Okay, it's Mr. Fortuna?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. My vision is to, I've watched in the past 6.5 years, I've watched how Elk Grove School District has grown. I've learned more in the last 3 years on its progress and where I believe Elk Grove can go. So my vision is to have Elk Grove School District, Unified School District, as the top school district in Northern California. I mentioned, when I say the top, for it to be like a magnet, a satellite, where it's attracting top programs, top students, where businesses are looking to move to the greater Sacramento area, Elk Grove area, because of the concentration and the focus on education. And then our children moving from elementary to secondary school into college and becoming leaders of the future. So my vision for it is to continue to focus on the education, to continue to do our best to give our children a complete background and full support, where Elk Grove Unified School District becomes a magnet and a satellite for greater education.
Thank you.
Mr. Perez.
Excuse me?
Tony Perez. Question number 4. What are 3 issues facing Elk Grove Unified in the coming years, and how would you address each issue?
What are 3 issues?
What are 3 issues? Correct.
Mr. Perez, one of the issues, I believe, in Elk Grove is the achievement gap. That's one of the issues that I have experienced and worked with other parents and teachers on. And I believe we're putting an effort in that area, and there's more to be done along the way. Each year it gets better. I just think that needs to be a concentration, right, on how we can fully develop and close that gap. And so that's one of the issues that I believe that we're facing right now, and I believe that with more effort and concentration and learning what's happening in those communities, that will year after year slightly close and become better. The second issue, I believe, is transportation. With the school district and with Elk Grove growing over the past 10 years and continuing to grow, I believe in terms of how we get our children to school and from school, and back to school for after-school programs, extracurricular programs. I believe that's an issue, and understanding and working with the planning groups and administrators on times, transportation times and boundaries. I believe that's an issue. The third, I think the third is support for our teachers, right? I think that standing by our teachers and our educators, and also building a bond with the parents, a stronger bond with parents and teachers. So when I said support for our teachers, parents and teachers coming together more to support the school, school spirit, also to support our children's future. So those are the three issues.
Question 5.
Explain what you know about the funding of public schools in California, specifically address the Local Control Funding Formula, LCFF, and the Local Control Accountability Plan, LCAP.
Ms. Martinez, is it Alair?
Yes.
Okay. Funding for public schools, what I know about that is it's state funded. The state funds our public schools. I know that through three areas the funding comes from. It comes from our state taxes. It comes from property taxes, as well as through the lottery. And the second part of it was explain LCAP and LCFF. Okay. So LCAP, the Local Control Accountability Plan, is the basis for the school and the program in terms of how schools are funded based on what programs that the schools set forth. I've just recently learned more about the LCAP. I am on Elk Grove Pinkerton's school site council, and through that I've been able to see the plan and how it's laid out. It's a pretty extensive plan, still learning how that is, to be honest, and what it is. And in terms of the local control funding formula, I'm still learning that as well. Those two things are, since November to now, what I've been concentrating on and learning more. So in terms of giving you an in-depth, I don't have in-depth on the local control funding formula. And other than I know that's how the programs and how the school receives their programs and is able to set forth programs for their students.
Okay, Mr. Brown, you have about 2.5 minutes for your closing statement.
Okay. So I want to thank the board for their time. I want to thank you for this process, for this vacant seat, trustee area 6, and allowing applicants and allowing the time for the interview. The questions that was forwarded definitely stimulated my mind in the sense of what the board does, but also what the future can be for Elk Grove Unified School District. I'm pleased to be an Elk Grove resident, and I'm pleased to have this opportunity to sit in front of the board and apply for this position. And I hope today that I stood strong and gave you a sense of who I am and my passion for wanting to be the applicant for the trustee area 6, as well as Elk Grove. Like I mentioned, I moved here in 2008, and I've seen Elk Grove grow in the six and a half years that I've been here. I've been involved in the education system in 3 different schools: Laguna Creek, Carroll Elementary, and now Elizabeth Pinkerton. And I've seen the teachers, I've seen the students, and this is a great district. I'm happy to live here, and I'm also happy to be a representative if chosen for the trustee area 6 position. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, our next candidate will be Mr. Lance Fang. We are ahead of schedule.
Say, could we limit it between, because you gotta do all your tallying.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it'll take at least that long.
Good evening. I'd like to introduce Mr. Lance Fang.
Good afternoon, Mr. Fang. I want to thank you for applying for the provisional vacancy to the school board. I also want to remind you you have 15 minutes for the interview, which will include your opening statement, 5 questions, from the board, and a closing statement. We will interview you immediately after your statement. You may begin by making your brief statement about explaining your qualifications and why you are seeking to be on the school board.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board President Bobby Singh, and board member, and the audience. My name is Lance Fang. I am a proud product of public school. As a refugee without a word of English, I started 2nd grade in the United States and continue to UCSD and graduate with a bachelor's degree. Yes, I am the first one in my family to graduate from a 4-year college, and my extended family. After graduating from college, I worked in the Silicon Valley and moved to Elk Grove here in 2003. My passion for education led me to get an MBA for executive at Sacramento State in 2010. And currently, I'm a candidate for a doctoral degree at Regent University, set to walk in May 2015. While in Elk Grove here, I've been actively engaged into the various community-based organizations. In 2005, I'm a co-founder of the Sacramento Hmong New Year, which is an organization focused on cultural preservation. Each year, we attract over 40,000 attendees. I was the president over there, train and cultivate the leaders, and now I hand it off to emerging leaders, and it's 10 years strong now. In addition to that, I'm a board member at PAPA. I serve as the outreach chair, a scholarship committee. At PAPA, our goal is to increase civic engagement in the community of our color and ethnic minority. Furthermore, I serve as a community advisory board at Hmong Women Heritage to educate the community and to research the diabetes and the health disparity within our community. And at the same time, I'm also a chair of the Hmong Action Committee to educate and motivate the Hmong community to do more civic engagement. Because of my involvement in the various community-based organizations and my background, I believe I can fill the gap of this board. I believe I can reach the disenfranchised, the hard-to-reach communities, particularly the Southeast community, like the Hmong, the Lao, the Mien, the Vietnamese, and other minority group. Thank you.
Thank you. Question 1.
Hello. In your opinion, what are the elements that contribute to a cohesive working school board, and how would you contribute to the cohesiveness of the Elk Grove Unified Board of Education?
Cohesive has a couple aspects. We need to have flexibility, and we need to listen, and we need to collaborate. What I can bring to the school board is I have a deep experience within the community with my involvement of the various community, particularly the disenfranchised or the community that are the less unspoken or not known. I can see that being in the school board, I have the reach and the extension in there, particularly the community-based organization of the various community, and at the same time, the parents. Some of those parents it's one of those things when you don't know where to go and you don't know what to ask, even though there are the resources. Let me loop back a little bit about cohesiveness. My doctoral degree is going to be on strategic leadership. And what I have learned is that throughout the years, we all need to lift each other up as a board. And in terms of going to a certain directions, we need to seek to understand and listen. Thank you.
Mr. Fang, Do you believe that being a member of the Board of Education can make a difference in the operation of the school district, and if yes, how?
Can you repeat the question again, particularly the last portion?
Okay. Do you believe that being a member of the Board of Education can make a difference in the operation of the school district, and if yes, how?
Definitely. Particularly in my background and my experience, a lot of the underperformer students belong to those parents and belong to the demographics of community that are more classified in the poverty, social and economical. And being in the board, those parents that are in that category, and I can relate to that because I grew up in that. Even now, my community, and I live in that community, my extended family, and I can relate it to them. Even a refugee boy like me, not know single English word, can do what I do. Even though not being a board now, I'm trying to be a model to my community and to the various students. With me being a board, what I hope and what I can showcase or be is a role model to the community in general, particularly those community that had no knowledge of after high school. Where do we go now? What do we do now? It would be a motivation, it would be a light to a lot of underserved community that, yes, if you put your heart, your mind in it, and if you know where you're going, there is a destination or to go. So,
Thank you.
Mr. Fortino.
Hello, Mr. Fang. You have approximately 8.5 minutes for the next 3 questions in your sum up. What is your vision and your long-term commitment to the Elk Grove Unified School District Board of Education?
if you look at my background, I assume a majority of you have you read my background. My passion is education. I have been in the community since 2003. I have never attempted to run for anything. My passion is to be the best parent and to be the best school board and to be a role model. And here is what I am not. I am not going to be a candidate of continually seeking higher office. I am not going to be continue to seek candidacy of every opening positions. Part of the reasons why I related to the board earlier about my education was I am a source of inspiration for my community and for the family. Regardless of the outcome of this, I will continue my journey to be an inspiration, a motivator to my community. Even within a high school graduate party, they asked me to go be a speaker because I want, if I can help only one kid out of the many, it's one kid that is safe, and it's one kid that will progress the community forward. Thank you.
Mr. Perez.
Good evening. Question number 4. What are 3 issues facing Elk Grove Unified in the coming years, and how would you address each issue?
To me, the pressing issues in the Elk Grove is, I understand that the Elk Grove Unified School District, it's a leader and it's very progressive. And I applaud the administrator and the teachers for doing such an excellent job. But we continue to have such a achievement gap. And I feel that in order for, as the board, to set some closure into this, we need to look beyond just the parent and the students. We need to reach deeper into the community as to why this certain community or certain group continue to underperform. Beyond that, I feel that to be honest, achievement gap is not just in Elk Grove. It's in Sac City, Twin River. I further like to explore best practice from and partnership with other districts, how we can leverage, how we can work together to alleviate this issue. It's not going to be a one-size-fits-all, but each community will need each specific efforts into it. Thank you.
Explain what you know about the funding of public schools in California, specifically address the Local Control Funding Formula, LCFF, and the Local Control Accountability Plan, LCAP.
Thank you. I'm not an educator. I do not know too much about the education system. But traditionally, school is funded by a chunk of monies that are put into categories where schools spend. But as recent as last year or so, with this new implementation of LCFF and LCAP, which is really dispersing the fundings into the demographics of the students. Particularly it has three categories that I understand: base, supplement, and concentration. I'm particularly interested in the supplemental funds, where it really talks about the English learners and the FOSSER, where it's at this time of junction, it's so critical that we engage the underperformance community. Based on the data that we have, the students in Elk Grove are over 50%. They are classified over 50% as students of poverty. And unfortunately, a lot of the underperformer falls into this category. And we need to really ensure that the fund is spent wisely so that we can close this gap. Thank you.
Mr. Fang, you may make your closing statement.
Board, I know that tonight you will have a tough decision, but I am honored and humbled to be and have the opportunity to speak and interview with you. I want to be the first to admit that I don't have all the answers, and I don't know everything. I am not an expert in education, but I do want to remind that I am very familiar with the needs and the challenge of the traditional disfranchised community, of the Southeast Asian community, and some of the ethnic minority group. Again, I want to reiterate, I'm not here to seek higher positions. I'm not here to continue to seek every position that is up. But let me remind you why I'm here. I'm a proud father of 4 students that enroll at the Elk Grove Unified School District. I'm a proud brother of 3 siblings that graduated from the Elk Grove Unified School District. I will bring a deep and personal perspective to address this achievement gap in the district, particularly the underperformer of the minority. I will bring my grassroots organization experience to fill this needed gap, to balance this board, to make it from good to great. I will work hard to collaborate and to find creative solutions to better integrate the various communities into this district. For the following reasons, starting today, you have a choice and you have a vote that we can start moving into the right direction to fill this gap. And I want to say thank you for the opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fang. So we'll give the board a few minutes here to finish taking notes before our next candidate is ushered in. Yeah.
Our next candidate is Marlon Hill.
Welcome, Mr. Hill.
Thank you.
I want to thank you for applying for the provisional vacancy on the school board. And I also want to remind you that you will have 15 minutes, which includes an opening statement, 5 questions, and a closing statement. Please make a brief statement about your qualifications and why you are seeking to be on the board. We will interview you immediately after your statement. You may begin.
Good evening, Madam President Bobby Singh Allen, all the distinguished staff, Superintendent Christopher Hoffman, Ms. Arlene Hine. I am honored to stand before you today as a privileged candidate for Area 6. My motivation to apply for the Area 6 trustee position is in response to a call to serve the community in which I live. As a resident of Elk Grove, I have witnessed the highs and lows of the district, changes in leadership, yet I've continued to be a positive contributor as a citizen, parent volunteer, and coach and mentor. I possess an excellent understanding of the diverse fabric of our community and the needs required to serve the more than 62,000 students that our district currently serves. As a parent, I have a vested interest in the success of the district. My 2 children and a host of nieces and nephews have matriculated through the schools in this district with great success. My background includes a diverse and well-rounded set of civic and professional skills and abilities that will be beneficial in adding balance to the school board and the district. My involvement in the community, service on boards, and other non-for-profit organizations will be instrumental in serving the needs of the parents, students, staff, administrators, and ensuring that they're met. As a coach and mentor, I have been involved at the site level for over 13 years. Professionally, I have worked in the information technology field. For the last 7 years, I have worked for the Office of Legislative Counsel. My experience includes knowledge of the legislative processes that influence education through the creation of measures, policies, propositions, and budgets at the state level. Working with stakeholders, I will ensure that the needs of all students are at the forefront of every decision and policy implemented. As a representative of the students, parents, and the community, I will be openly engaged at every level to ensure that I speak with the voice of all those represented. I will work to build positive and meaningful relationships and to ensure that the mission and core values of the district are maintained at the highest level.
Thank you. Question 1.
Hi. In your opinion, what are the elements that contribute to a cohesive working school board, and how would you contribute to the cohesiveness of the Elk Grove Unified Board of Education?
Thank you. I believe the elements of a cohesive, strong board is first and foremost a board that collaborates effectively, that understands the goals and missions of the district. Also, a strong superintendent that supports and maintains the day-to-day operations for the district. Qualified, well-rounded staff members, administrators to support the school site level needs of those involved. As a board member, I will ensure that I collaborate effectively with all members, establish excellent rapport and partnerships understand the goals and missions of those involved in the community, communicate effectively with all stakeholders involved in the district's work.
Hey, Mr. Hill, do you believe that being a member of the Board of Education can make a difference in the operation of the school district, and if yes, how?
I most certainly believe that we all can make a difference. Being on the board, it gives you an opportunity to identify what the fabric of the community is and how it relates to the district overall and the success of the students. If we all agree that the focus should always be on the academic success of the students, that would be the first step in identifying the goals and objectives for each community area that's represented by each board member, so that we can come together and collaborate effectively in the board environment to create those successes that's needed to get the desired outcomes for the students.
Mr. Fortino.
Okay, Mr. Hill, you'll have about 9.5 minutes for the next three questions in your summation. My question, what is your vision and long-term commitment to the Elk Grove Unified School District Board of Education?
My vision for the Elk Grove Unified School District is to create a positive environment that fosters success for all of our students, no matter what their socioeconomic background, race, sex, creed, or color. My vision also includes identifying improvements in curriculum programs that impact students with low income, students that require English as a second language, and also students that may have certain mental or social disabilities. My vision also includes looking at the steps that it would take to improve the infrastructures in schools to prepare for the next set of students due to the large economic boom and due to increase in homes in our area. How I look to be involved in this process is to first develop a rapport with the community in which I serve, identify what their needs are, bring those needs to the table with my fellow board members, identify how those goals affect and impact our strategic initiatives and moving forward in our future, and just being a very effective and excellent communicator in my community and collaborating with staff, stakeholders, administrators to provide the excellent work that's needed and expected by our community and our parents and students.
Mr. Perez.
Question number 4. What are 3 issues facing Elk Grove Unified in the coming years, and how would you address each issue?
I think the number one issue that we are faced with today is the achievement gap. And what we need to focus on is balancing the improvements for the achievement gap at all subgroups. Right now, Asians and whites have the greatest success. We need to look at the programs and support that we have in place and make them more flexible to address the needs of the individual students in the 2 subgroups that are impacted. Blacks and Hispanics have a higher level or are more impacted in the achievement level. We also need to focus on support for teachers and provide the tools and professional development that they need to be successful in order to, I would say, work with the students and to better provide that support at the classroom level. We also need to focus on classroom sizes, classroom per teacher ratios to ensure that the teachers have the availability and the access to make those changes in the classroom. Additionally, I would say we need to focus on, I just discussed the potential increase in the number of students within the next 5 to 10 years due to the increase in development of housing, also building the infrastructure, curriculum, and programs that are needed to support those increases of students and the influx and the pressures that it might bring on the staff, the superintendent, and the teachers. As a board member, we need to be supportive in all areas to ensure that they're successful in everything that they do.
Question number 5, explain what you know about the funding of public schools in California. Specifically address the Local Control Funding Formula, LCFF, and Local Control Accountability Plan, LCAP.
Local control funding formula was implemented, law implemented by the governor, which basically requires the school districts to provide, excuse me, it basically changes the way the California state funds the districts. As well as supporting the base funding for regular students or all students, it requires that funding and additional funding be available for low-income families, English learners, as well as foster youth. In conjunction with local control funding, the Local Control Accountability Plan requires that the district justify through their curriculum, programs, and services the need for the funding and the services. They need to determine how they're measured and justification for increased funding. So essentially, the Local Control Accountability Plan requires that they justify why funding needs to be increased and the existing growth of the existing students. Excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. You may now make your closing statement.
It is with great confidence that upon selection of the area seat trustee seat, I will bring forth a wealth of civic and community experience and professional and personal skills, which are paramount to the success of this position. The district deserves a trustee who understands the needs of the community in which they are called to serve. To be an effective trustee, one must be agile, connected, and responsive. As a trustee for Area 6, I will ensure the short-term and long-term goals of the community are aligned with those goals established by the district. Additionally, I will ensure the standards of a quality education are maintained for all students. The work of the district is more important today than ever before as we look toward building new schools and infrastructures, implementing emerging technologies, lowering the achievement gap, and adopting new curriculum and programs. If you're seeking a highly driven, results-oriented leader with a passion to serve all students and to ensure the great work that this district is known for will not be compromised, then I ask for your consensus. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hill.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll give the board a few minutes here to finish taking notes.
Good evening. Our next candidate is Mr. Munir Khan.
Welcome, Mr. Khan.
Thank you.
I want to thank you for applying for the provisional vacancy on the board. I also want to remind you have 15 minutes, which includes your opening statement, 5 questions, and a closing statement. Please make a brief statement about your qualifications and why you are seeking to be on the board. We will interview you immediately after your statement. You may begin.
Thank you, Ms. Ellen, President of the Board, members of the Board. This is a great opportunity that you guys have given me to be here in front of you. I'm very obliged to be here. You guys seen my resume. My background is in accounting. I have a degree in accounting. I've been working with numbers for the last 20 years. I understand budgets. I know how budgets work. Not only my work experience is over 20 years. I've worked for the private sector. I'm currently an auditor for the state of California. So audit is my job, and I know I will be a great asset on the board as far as working on the financials and managing the budgets, working with the LCAP and the local control funding formula. Not only that, I'm a community activist. I've been involved in the community. I'm on the school site council at Folks Ranch Elementary School. I know what the kids need, and I know how to engage the kids with the parents and also the administrators. And last but not least, I have 4 kids, 4 beautiful kids, product of Elk Grove Unified School District. One of them just graduated, moved on to college because of the success of Elk Grove Unified School District. Second one is graduating from Franklin High, so there goes my money. And the other 2, one is a sophomore at Franklin High, and the youngest one is 10. So I've been really active in the community, worked at the homeless shelter, worked in after-school programs. So just about, wherever the volunteer is needed, I've been there. You've seen from my resume, purchased 3.87 acres next to Strikes, $725,000 that was raised from the community for a youth center. That's what we need for our kids. We need our kids to go there after school program, enjoy the recreational, and they have to be mentored. Elk Grove is doing a great job, but I think with that program, after school program, it will help our kids. So, thank you.
Thank you. Question 1.
Hi. In your opinion, what are the elements that contribute to a cohesive working school board? How would you contribute to the cohesiveness of the Elk Grove Unified Board of Education?
I think it's very important to have diversity on the board. You guys are doing a great job. We all have, challenges with the budgets, with the open enrollment. But it's good to bring somebody with diversity. Again, my educational background, my involvement in the community. I know what the parents need. I know what the students want. And I think that would be real good. I work well with the groups. I offer really good advice, and I'm a listener. The best person is the one who listens and then works with each other to come to a conclusion.
Okay, Mr. Khan, I have question 2. Do you believe that being a member of the Board of Education can make a difference in the operation of the school district, and if yes, how?
Definitely. Me being involved as a parent, 4 kids going to Elk Grove Unified School District, I understand what the district needs. The district is doing a great job, but again, I can engage the stakeholders, the parents, the school administrators on all the different policies and issues. As a board member, my job will be to work with the board and making sure that the policies are implemented and followed through. Thank you. You're welcome.
Hello, Mr. Cannon.
Thank you.
My question, what is your vision and long-term commitment to the Elk Grove Unified School District Board of Education?
My vision has always been for the kids. As you can see, I've been involved in the community for over 20 years. Building a youth center or putting it together takes time. Raising $725,000 is not an easy task. So my vision is our community is growing. We have over 62,000 kids already in Elk Grove. And as you can see, the development is growing. In the next 10 years, we're going to need more schools, so we need to come up with the money for that. And there's only so much that the government can help us with that. We're going to need outside resources to help us with that. That's one of my vision. And I want every kid to succeed just like my kids.
Mr. Perez.
Good evening.
Thank you.
Question number 4. What are 3 issues facing Elk Grove Unified in the coming years, and how would you address each issue?
I think the 3 issues that I would think, the number 1 issue is the Common Core standards, making sure that we engage, the parents, the teachers, to make sure that they better understand. We're doing a great job, but still, the different demographics, the different ethnic backgrounds we have, we need to make sure that every parent understands what the issues are with the Common Core standards and how to go about so they can make sure that their child is not left behind. The second issue facing Elk Grove is the achievement gap. Achievement gap is going to exist. I'm not an expert on achievement gap, but I think in order for the achievement gap to get better, we need to find a solution for the haves and the have-nots. It's not an issue of ethnicity, it's an economic disparity issue. And if we can provide the resources for the low income, for the foster care youths, make sure that they have the same resources available to them to succeed. Because not everybody, has the resources like some kids do. And the last would be making sure that we have good teachers, a good school board, superintendents, to make sure that they are paid well and we recruit good educators for Elk Grove.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Question 5, explain what you know about the funding for public schools in California, specifically address the Local Control Funding Formula, LCFF, and Local Control Accountability Plan, LCAP.
Local control funding formula basically started back in June of 2013. Now I know it's something new, but we're working on that, and it addresses the general fund that we get for that, but particularly for the English language learners and for the foster kids and the low income. I think the school districts need to devise a local control accountability plan. Again, work with the stakeholders, with the parents, get their input on it. And we as board members need to make sure that the local funding formula is applied to all the districts and make sure that the programs where the money goes is well spent. I think that is the key. And I think if you give it some time, it will work. It takes time. This is not going to happen overnight. This is something new that the governor came up. But, with my expertise in finance and budgeting, I can help you guys make better decisions on the program.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. You may now make your closing statement.
Okay, this is the last part, huh?
Yes.
This is the easy part now. Again, I know you guys have been doing a great job. You guys will continue to do a great job. The Elk Grove Unified School District is growing. It's going to continue to grow. And I hope that my goal is to make sure that every child is prepared for post-education, for a lifelong time of learning, employment, and responsible citizenship. So it starts from the parents. You have to teach your kids values. If the kids have values, the kids will succeed. But again, the parent has to be involved in every child. Again, I have 4 kids, product of Elk Grove Unified School District. All of my 4 kids are beneficiary of of Elk Grove School District and the success. They're going on to college. My senior that's graduating is most likely going to go to one of the UCs. And it's not easy. I know as parents we're busy, but you have to get involved. I got involved because I not only care about my kids, I care about the whole community. That's why I'm building a youth center. So it takes an effort from all of us, from the parents, from the community, from the teachers, to get involved. I'm going to give a little quick background about myself. I also was a beneficiary of a public education. And with the public education, I went on. I received a degree in accounting and became a successful business owner. But being raised in a low-income family in West Sacramento 25 years ago was not an easy task. Gangs, drugs, but again, the core values, my parents, immigrants. So I'm first generation here. They didn't understand what college was, you know, but with the schools, with the teachers, with the counselors, and with the guidance, but I had the foundation. My mom said, one thing, son, you're going to do is that piece of paper, you're never going to be able to divide among your other siblings. You need to get that piece of paper because that's what it's going to count. And in closing, I'm just going to say that I'm not a career candidate. I'm not a politician. I'm not running like all others for other offices. I'm a parent. I know what the issues are, and I know it's going to be a tough decision for you guys, but hopefully you can look at a parent that's been involved in the community, that knows what their kids have gone through and have done, and it just speaks for itself. So in closing, I thank you all for taking the time to have me here.
Thank you, Mr. Khan.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll give a few more minutes to the board here for taking notes.
I'm going to go to Nicole now.
And then we have a break.
Mayor.
We're really early. Look at the time. We just made up a half an hour.
Well, I guess I talk more. You too.
There's,
No, I don't know about the bottles. I brought my bottle because I didn't think there would be.
there's glasses. If you want to hurry. I'll wait. We're like a half an hour early. We just made up a half an hour. Yeah, it's 4.
You gonna recognize Steve?
No, I don't think it's appropriate. Thanks, Tony. I think Crystal needs water. We'll just have a longer break period. Longer dinner. Longer dinner, not have dinner.
We're gonna have a dinner race anymore? I'm really good at eating baskets.
So, as being a mom, you have to, you can stand and eat and.
Yeah, drive and eat. Do it all. This was produced one and it reminds me of you.
Yeah, I'm like, where'd you get that? I need that.
Look like something
From India.
you would wear. Just at Staples. Yeah, it's just colorful. I thought it was fun. Calendar? Just a note. They have a line of things like that, I think.
I love that you said it reminded me of you. That's so cute.
I totally did. I'm like, oh, well, Bobby's the president. This will be easy to use.
It's on the Citizen. Online. It's very good. Okay.
Our next candidate is Nicole Munoz Murillo.
Good afternoon, Ms. Munoz Murillo.
Thank you.
I want to thank you for applying for the provisional vacancy on the board. And I also want to remind you, you have 15 minutes, which includes an opening statement, opening comments, 5 questions from the board, along with a closing statement. Please make a brief statement about your qualifications and why you are seeking to be on the board. We will interview you immediately after your statement. You may begin.
Great. Thank you so much, President Singh and members and Ms. Hine. I really appreciate being here today. In my cover letter to you, I wrote about sort of my perceptions of what's happening in K-12 education. There's a lot of changes, and I have a background in K-12 and higher education policy. But I'd like to start off today telling you why that's what I made as my career path. And it really started for me in high school and into college when I worked with the homeless quite extensively and then with economically disadvantaged communities. I went to school in Chicago and worked quite a bit on the south side and west side of Chicago. And it's through those experiences that I just really became a believer in how important education is, that for folks who live in communities where there are not a lot of resources, it's really education that can provide that leg up. And so I just really felt a calling to education. And so then the next question I had to ask myself was, well, how do I see myself in that? And for me, it wasn't a teacher or an administrator, although I at different points considered those things. For me, it was policy. I love policy. I might be a little bit of a weirdo that I like to read law sometimes and be a part of the policy process. And so I've chosen a career that melds those two together. So after graduate school and getting a master's degree in public policy, I started working at the California School Boards Association. And CSBA really was just an incredible learning opportunity. It was a job, but I got to learn from the best minds in K-12 policy. I became fluent in education speak and got introduced to a lot of the issues that continue to face us today. From there, I went to the state legislature. I worked for a state senator and advised her on K-12 and higher education issues. And in that time, I got to delve into a lot of things that are still important to me today. The senator I worked for, she authored many of the English learner laws. She was the author of the legislation that founded the CELT. And so those were, I hate calling English learners an issue, but that was an issue area, and those students were something that I shared her passion equally for. I staffed other bills, including bills on instructional materials, staffed the bills that established nutrition standards on food and beverage in the state of California, and adult education, the list can go on. And so from there, I moved to the California State University because I really believe in the mission, too, of the CSU in being able to provide that economic leg up once people are able to enter college. And so for all these things, you can see that it's just melding my passion for public education and advancing public education with my love of policy. So when I saw the vacant position, it just seemed like a perfect opportunity for me to be able to put what I hold dear to myself and what I believe in as a parent and as a wife of a teacher forward, and to be able to better and more directly serve my community.
Question 1. In your opinion, what are the elements that contribute to a cohesive working school board? And how would you contribute to the cohesiveness of the Elk Grove Unified Board of Education?
Great. Well, obviously, I'm a little bit biased because I did work for the California School Boards Association. So, but I think it's really important to understand what the role of the school board is. So the role of the school board, in my opinion, is about providing vision and setting out clear expectations. And then coupled with that is making sure that once those expectations have been provided, that through our budgetary responsibilities, I say our because it's the role of school boards, but the board then makes sure that the budget is prioritized according to that vision and those expectations, and that we hold the superintendent and his staff accountable. The role of the school board is not about managing day-to-day operations. It's about those other things, including the fiscal solvency. So with that as a background, I think to be a cohesive school board means that you have to be able to function as a team. And even though when there's disagreements, you have to be able to work past that. And you know, if I were chosen to be on the vacant seat, I would ask tough questions. In discussion, we may disagree, but at the end of the day, it's the cohesive vote that matters, and that I would make sure that I would want to be able to try to be able to get that cohesive nature together, the collaboration together, and then always be able to work forward from that. So I think my temperament is fair-minded. I'm a listener. I'm slow to speak, but when I say something, it's because I have something to say. And I listen to all different folks, and I take into consideration what I hear. I think other roles of individual members is to listen to constituent groups, ask tough questions, rely on data, and at the end of the day, make decisions even if they're tough ones.
Hi, Ms. Murillo. I have a question, too. Do you believe that being a member of the School Board of Education can make a difference in the operation of the school district? And if yes, how?
Well, it depends what you mean operation. The school board is vital. And that's another reason why I'm here. I have 2 children, ages 2 and 5. My 5-year-old's back there. And he just started in transitional kindergarten this year at Arlene Hine. And so knowing what's happening in K-12 education with the LCAP, LCFF, Common Core Standards, Next Generation Science Standards, all these changes, this board is going to have a deep influence on expectations and what happens in this district. So I think it's absolutely, when those decisions are made, it is going to shape my children's future. And so to the extent that I'm not quite sure what you mean by operations, but the role of the board does impact every student in this district and shapes their education. So I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Forcino.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What is your vision and your long-term commitment to the Elk Grove Unified School District Board of Education?
That's a loaded question, and I see 8 minutes and 3 questions left. You know, and the Elk Grove Citizen asked this question, and for me, it really comes down to what I would want for my children is what I would want for every child in this district. So when I think about the education I want my children to have, I want them to be in classrooms where there's dynamic teachers with resources that they need to be able to provide the education that that we're providing, that they have opportunities for arts and music and learning about other cultures. And I think the diversity that this district has is incredible, and it's a rich and welcome way to be able to celebrate what this community has to offer. And so my vision would be that we would be able to have the resources in place, in the right places, that every child regardless of their background, would be able to come into the classroom every day and learn and be equipped for whatever it is that they want to do, whether that's to go into a career or post-secondary education. But their aspirations are what should drive their ability to be able to succeed. And I think it's the responsibility of the district to be able to help equip that as much as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. Question number 4. What are the 3 issues facing Elk Grove Unified in the coming years, and how would you address each issue?
Oh, okay. I would say this. I think technology is a big one. I think that technology is something that we're going to have to grapple with forever. And that invades a lot of different areas. You know, I think about my own kids. I have a 2-year-old who thinks an iPod, her little music thing, is a toy. And I can only imagine what that's doing to her little brain and how that's going to impact what she's going to learn in the classroom. And so when I think about that, that means that there's professional development that's going to have to be addressed. That means that there's going to have to be facility needs that are going to need to be addressed. You know, I know we went from chalkboards to whiteboards to smart classrooms, but that's a big cost. And then the technology, it changes. And so we have to be able to plan for things that we don't even know about. So technology is one. I think how I would address it is I don't have the answers, but I think that having a plan in place to be able, a cohesive plan to address all the different areas that technology needs to be addressed, policies, you know, it needs to be comprehensive, and a plan would do that. I think another area that the district's going to have to grapple with, obviously, is finances. Prop 30 is going to be going away here in the next couple of years, and that's going to leave a big hole in the state budget. And since the majority of the district dollars come from the state, that's really important and something that not only should we keep our eye on, but I think we should be advocating for the legislature to figure out what they're going to do to fill that hole. And coupled with that, healthcare benefits continue to rise. Obligations for pensions are going to also need to be addressed as well. So I think that and then this all comes in the area of LCAP, right? So how are we going to be prioritizing that funding and thinking about fiduciary responsibility in the future? I think the LCAP is going to be able to play a strong role in that, making sure that we meet those targets. Third area would just be well, change. I think from the board's perspective, it's about governing change, and then from the superintendent on down, is how do you manage that change on a day-to-day? And, you know, again, we've already listed all the content standards that have changed, the assessments, the instructional materials that are going to have to be adopted. So I think it's just to be prudent. I think it's to listen to stakeholders and to keep our eye on the ball.
Thank you very much.
Question 5, explain what you know about the funding of public schools in California, specifically address the local control funding formula, LCFF, and the local control accountability plan, LCAP.
Okay, thank you. So the district is funded through a variety of different funding streams. So we get a portion of funding from the federal government that mostly comes in the way of Title I and IDA or special education dollars, but then also nutrition services and other ways. At the state level, obviously it's LCFF now, yes, LCFF now. And that was, in a sense, to make sure that we were being a little bit more equitable with how the state allocates their dollars. So how that works is that every student gets a base funding depending upon what level, if they're elementary, middle, or high school. And then there's additional dollars given for low-income English learner and students with disabilities. And then a district can also get concentration funding on top of that. And for this district, it does qualify for that. So that's how the state dollars come in. Local, there's also local sources, and including Melrose, which have been improved and part of this budget as well. What might not be a part of the budget, but I also think it should be addressed, is grants. And I know this district has successfully gotten some grants to be able to do some really amazing thing, the Bechtel grant, and et cetera. And so I think that's also something else that we need to be able to be supportive of, because it's those extra dollars that come in that allow really important, innovative things to happen in the classroom.
Okay, Ms. Munoz-Maria, you may now make your closing statements.
Thank you. This has gone by very quickly. You know, I hope that you've heard from where I am today, why I'm coming before you. I have a long-term interest in this district. My husband's a teacher here, so I've been in the district now for, well, we've lived here for 8 years. He's been the varsity soccer coach at Franklin High School in Cosumnes Oaks, and got his start at Elk Grove High School as a teacher and assistant soccer coach. So I've been able to see the district through those eyes. And now that we have children who are starting in the district, I just have a long-term view. And I don't have political aspirations, and I don't have any political agenda. I'm really decided to come as somebody who's dedicated to public education, but also in the interest of my own children. I want to do everything I can to make sure that they have the best education possible. And so, and that goes for every child in this district. So I hope you've seen that today, because that's all that I'm about. I would want to work cohesively with each one of you if been able to have that vacancy. The old saying goes, there's no I in team, and there's not one in school board either. And so I would just hope to be able to work hand in hand with you to be able to advance this district. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, board members, we'll finish up our notes. Maybe you guys need a 2-minute break? I mean, we're technically a half an hour ahead. So if you want a 5-minute break to stretch, go to the restroom, get some water, breathe.
is a very different deal than that.
Yes, because that was getting collected and then they were, yeah, but as long as it works for us.
What I liked was it left us talking about the three that we were all.
Focuses it.
But this focuses more to me.
Yeah, I think that opens it up for where they are on the whole thing. You know what I mean? This way it's like three, you don't have to worry about it. We went two.
Yeah, Jake, right. And then Nair and Brady.
Well, thank you. I'm going to ask my colleagues to return to the dais. I think I see Mr. Perez. Tony, is Chet back there? Okay. So we'll do is we'll do these two, and then just make this longer, so that we're back on track here.
Yeah, because the other people may not get here till then.
Yeah, so we'll just have a nice long dinner break. Because then once we're caught up here, we can't do public comment.
No, you
It
can't.
has to be back in.
No, you cannot do that.
So we are, okay, so we are back on. Yes, we are ready. Thank you.
We'd like to introduce Mr. Jake Rambo.
All right, good evening, Mr. Rambo.
Good evening, Madam President.
I want to thank you for applying for the provisional vacancy on the board, and I want to remind you that you have 15 minutes to make a brief statement, answer 5 questions from my colleagues, and also provide a closing statement. Please make a brief statement about your qualifications and why you are seeking to be on the board. We will interview you immediately after your statement. You may begin now.
Madam President, Mr. Forcina, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to stand before you today and for the opportunity to apply for this position. I don't think I need to spend a lot of time discussing my background other than to say many of you know who I am. You know my involvement with this district. Obviously, I've been there before. I would update one thing. Losing an election is a very learning process. You learn a lot about yourself, you learn a lot about your values, and you learn a lot about your community. For me, it was a challenge because serving on this board was probably the greatest thing I'd ever been involved in. Certainly learn to appreciate it more when you're no longer there. But the first challenge I was given was when my pastor, Pastor Dave Flagg, looked at me and said, you know what? You made campaign promises. You need to keep them. You made a promise to stay involved in the district and to work on behalf of kids. Keep that promise. You made a promise to stay active in building relationships and advocating for facilities equity and for quality education for every student. Keep that promise. And he said, and you made a promise when you raised your right hand of service before self. Now, my wife probably wasn't very happy when my answer to that challenge was to join the United States Air Force at the young age of 37 and spend 17 weeks last year in basic training in military legal school. I'll tell you something, I learned something, Mr. Madison, and I appreciated the conversation you and I had before I went. I learned the value of being a wingman. It's an Air Force term, but frankly, it's a term that should have guided me as a board member and should guide all of us going forward. You see, a wingman is a warrior and a leader. You're a warrior because you fight for the things you believe in and the people you believe in. You're a leader because you advocate for the things that matter. But you're a wingman because you do that as part of a flight. Funniest day of my summer in Montgomery, Alabama was when my 4 wingmen had to carry the wounded Lieutenant Rambo on a 105-degree day for a quarter of a mile on their shoulders through a sand pit. I'm glad that I was on the stretcher. It was a rough day. But that's what we do as wingmen. And as wingmen working together as a board on behalf of the community we believe in, and as wingmen on behalf of the children and the people of this district, we work together for a community. So if there's one lesson I learned from losing an election, it's that same lesson Bill Clinton wrote about in his biography when he lost the governor's office after holding it for 4 years. Learn to value people and learn to reach out even more. So I stand ready for your questions.
Question 1.
Thank you. In your opinion, what are the elements that contribute to a cohesive working school board? And how would you contribute to the cohesiveness of the Elk Grove Unified Board of Education?
Well, first of all, ma'am, congratulations on your election to the board. I am excited to see yet another Albiana. Your family's commitment has been outstanding, and I've read about yours. The CSBA talks about the 4 pillars that represent a quality board member, and that is that a board member needs to recognize what the law requires that we do, the must of the job. CSBA also talks about what we can do, the financial limitations that face us as a board member. The 3rd pillar is what we should do, the professional research, the professional knowledge. And then finally, there's that what we want to do, what our community is asking us for, what we advocate for as board members. But then you go back to that wingman concept. A functioning board is a healthy board. It's a board that's built around relationship. The ability to disagree without being disagreeable, to trust, and to work together. Because ultimately, the board needs to demonstrate the healthy relationships that we want our students to exemplify in their classrooms and as they leave this district.
Mr. Rambo, how are you?
I'm well, sir. How are you?
Good, thank you. I have question 2. Do you believe that being a board member, a board of education can, let me start on. Do you believe that being a member of the Board of Education can make a difference in the operation of the school district? And if yes, how?
Sir, not only do I believe it, I know it. I think I experienced it. You recall almost 3 years ago, this was a very different district. There was a lot of turmoil, a lot of tension. I think we had about 100, maybe 100 years more experience on the board. But we were definitely going through a time of challenge and change. And I saw your leadership, sir, in reaching out to our bargaining units and saying, you know what, we need to beat our swords into plowshares and have some collective bargaining training, learning to work together. I saw Ms. Singh Allen come to the board and really usher in a new era of communication and bridge building. I think we'd become a little positional. And she really worked to break down those barriers. And then sitting out in the audience, I've watched, Mr. Forcina, you have really been an advocate, at times a very forceful advocate for the things you're passionate about, and you've shown a different way to approach that. I think we benefit when we all bring those personal talents and capabilities together, and we bring them into that wingman concept. Not everyone can fly the plane, but the maintainer who's out turning the wrenches and making that plane ready for the next trip is just as important as the man who is behind the stick when it's in battle.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Mr. Forcina.
Thank you, Mr. Rambo. Mr. Rambo, what is your vision and long-term commitment to the Elk Grove Unified School District Board of Education?
Well, sir, to demonstrate my long-term commitment, I would go back to the fact that I've been involved in this district for about 26 years now. This district is something that I passionately believe in because it made me everything that I am. This district, including times appearing in front of this board as a student and being mentored by board members, helped me achieve really things I never imagined I could achieve in my life. That commitment means getting out to schools. It means we need to be visiting our teachers. We need to be visiting our principals. We need to be visiting our classrooms. My vision is exemplified by the fact that I was only here for 9 months, but I went to 34 schools. I sat with a lot of different groups. I spent a day sitting with our bus drivers, learning how they change the tires and how they plan their routes. And that would be my commitment, that you don't join the school board for personal gain. You set aside self. It's service before self, which is the second of the core values of the Air Force, and second of the core values I swore to as an officer. And so that would be my pursuit as a board member.
Question number 4. What are 3 issues facing Elk Grove Unified in the coming years, and how would you address each issue?
Starting with number 1 is going to be potential growth and the need over the next year to adopt the new facilities master plan, as well as to begin the process of renewing our mellow roofs and our bonds. I understand the board is looking at a timetable of November. The last time we engaged in that process, we were a district with rapid growth and overcrowding. It was all we could do to keep up with the influx of new students. While we face growth, the reality is we're not going to see as many it's not going to be at the rate, that unprecedented rate that Mr. Madison remembers watching the numbers go up. So it's an opportunity in that process to make sure that we engage in some equity so that Marty Hawk at Charles Mack doesn't have to use duct tape to hold desks together because they no longer manufacture the screws for that desk. So facilities equity, modern, new facilities, but facilities in our existing schools that tell every student we value their education just as much as the kids in the new homes. That's number 1. Number 2, everyone talks about the achievement barrier, the achievement gap. We need to do something about it. When you talk to Dave Neves about it and some of our other principals, our Title I warriors I like to call them, but even our non-Title I schools, we've got to recognize that it's relational. We've got to start building relationships with our communities of color. We can't talk about the achievement gap just in terms of Title I versus non-Title I, because the reality is at our highest API school at Adriani, our African American students lag 50 points behind our Caucasian students. So it is a problem across the district, and we need to approach it from a relational point. And finally, speaking of relations, students are engaged when their educators are with them outside the classroom. I firmly believe it from my experience in coaching at Elk Grove High School that you can turn a kid's life around when they see a teacher and a mentor who's willing to stay after school, who travels with them to tournaments, who cheers them on, who becomes personally invested in their lives. And that means we need to look at how do we modernize our stipend program so that it provides incentives? How do we reduce the number of off-campus coaches so that we have coaches on campus? You know, Ed Lombardi was great as my football coach at Elk Grove High. He knew I was going to get in trouble long before I did, and he knew how to put a stop to it. We need to get back to those days when students had those relationships with their mentors, which means encouraging our faculty and administrators to be able to go that extra mile, because we already ask a lot of them.
Question number 5, explain what you know about the funding of public schools in California, specifically address the Local Control Funding Formula, LCFF, and the Local Control Accountability Plan, LCAP.
Well, Dr. Martinez-Alario, congratulations to you as well on your election. LCFF is a revolution in school funding. When I sat here 3 years ago, we lamented the fact that we had so little discretion. Every time a legislator wanted to pass an education bill, it seemed like money got compartmentalized and could only be spent in certain ways. We've been given a lot of freedom in LCFF, but with that has come a lot of great expectations through the LCAP process, and the need to make sure that we are determining what our needs and objectives are, and then aligning our spending to meet those goals. We have a big challenge facing us in the coming weeks as we go into updating and reviewing our performance in the first year and looking at the second year. The other thing is, because we're the capital district and we're one of the largest and most innovative districts in the state, I think we have a responsibility to remain advocates on big issues like LCAP, because my personal fear is we're going to get right back into the same pattern with where a legislator pushes a bill and we suddenly now more funding gets handcuffed and there's more pressures on us. The other thing, though, that we can't take our eye off of is the fact that we are going to be facing the need to build more facilities. And so we're going to have to be advocating for the statewide facilities bond, as well as determining what the best course of action is on our own bond. You know, we can talk a lot about classroom funding, but we need to make sure we're also focusing on funding to build classrooms.
Thank you, Mr. Rambo. You may now make your closing statement.
Well, first of all, thank you all for taking the opportunity, giving me the opportunity to speak to you. Thank you more for the service you provide to the community. Your resumes and your service to Elk Grove and to our students are really something to admire and to aspire to. Serving on the board is a humbling and a proud task. I assure you that the lessons that I learned 3 years ago about building relationships, maintaining relationships, about getting off the dais and getting out to classrooms, out to schools, are lessons that I will continue to bring with me if given the opportunity to serve. I'm passionately committed to the success of this district. For me, it's personal. The success of this district is my own success. I stand on the sideline of high school football games and cheer as if I'm still playing. I'm proud of the fact that hundreds of students have gone through our mock trial programs at not just Elk Grove High, but Laguna Creek and Sheldon. And they've gone on to practice as lawyers and doctors. They've become successes. I'm proud of kids like a young man of ours named Patrick, who went from facing expulsion for cheating to turning his life around, getting involved in an after-school program with mock trial, being a lead attorney. And the young man's in his second year at USC Law now. That's the district we've been. We've been a place where relationships, we capitalize and we monopolize relationships to build success. And where we have been our best is when we have built upon relationships. And when we have failed is when we've walked away or abandoned relationships. Like any relationship, there are going to be times when there's tension. Money seems to always be part of the tension, whether it's in my own home or here at the district. But the key is to continue to try and build on that tradition of relationship and collaboration. I like what Kathy Guy has to say at Elk Grove High, because I think the mantra for Elk Grove High is really what should guide the district as a whole. Elk Grove Unified needs to be a place where tradition meets tomorrow, where the success of the past paired with the modern technology and the modern learning creates a new and better vision, but it's based in the success of the past. So I thank you again for your time, and good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Rambo. Okay, board members, we'll wrap up our notes.
Our next candidate is Nair Sarfaraz.
Good evening, Mr. Sarfaraz.
Oh, good evening.
I want to thank you for applying for the provisional vacancy on the board. I also want to remind you that you have 15 minutes, which includes an opening statement, 5 questions, and a closing statement. Please make a brief statement about your qualifications and why you are seeking to be on the board. We will interview you immediately after your statement. You may begin now.
Well, thank you for inviting me here for this opportunity to share about my background. I've been living in Elk Grove for almost 10 years, actually more than 10 years, with my family, my wife and 2 kids. And this city has provided me great education, job, and now I want to give back to the community. I believe that I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in Information System Security. And then after that, I have an associate's degree from Sac City College in International Studies and Liberal Arts majors. The reason I have 2 different majors is I believe that I work in information technology. That's my hard skill, and I believe that the liberal arts and international study is kind of like a soft skill, which complements my experience in this diverse community. And I believe that my education experience working in public service will be a great asset to the board. Thank you.
Hi. In your opinion, what are the elements that contribute to a cohesive working school board? And how would you contribute to the cohesiveness of the Elk Grove Unified Board of Education?
Well, I think that first of all, I believe that an effective school board, cohesive, it needs a collaboration of its team members, and not only collaboration but also empowerment, willing to people. And if you ask about me, right, how I can bring to that, okay. Well, I'm willing to share my authority, my responsibility, and willing to share my responsibility, authority, and then pitch in or contribute wherever I can. And I believe that collaboration and empowerment complements together and to achieve successful goals. Thanks.
Okay, sir. I have question number 2.
Okay.
Do you believe that being a member of the Board of Education can make a difference in the operation of the school board district, and if yes, how?
Can you please repeat the question?
Sure. Do you believe that being a member of the Board of Education can make a difference in the operation of the school district? If yes, how?
Okay. Of course, I believe that I bring a structured approach to the board. I strongly believe that if you have structured approach, you can solve any problem, given problem, whether it's in technology or in in a school board environment. For example, having an unstructured approach is just like a guesswork in any system, whether it's a school board system or local government. I believe that I have a formula which I use in my professional career, and it always works very well. So the first step is to analyze and predict the normal behavior of a system. When I said about a system, I'm talking about from my job perspective. But you can use that structured approach in this environment too. For example, if you analyze and predict the normal behavior, you know that what is the outcome. Now, this normal behavior comes from studies, from research, from recommendation, and you know that this is a normal behavior. Now, the second step is, of course, if you see a problem after analyzing the normal behavior, you can isolate it, and you can isolate the component. That component does not waste resources. You know exactly what the problem is, rather than spending hours or sometimes weeks to solve the problem. Once you isolate the component, then the third step is the root cause analysis. And at that point, you know that this is the problem, and you can solve it and without wasting resources. So this is my three-step formula. It always worked, and it doesn't have to be in technology. It can be implemented in medical science or anything. So,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Okay, I have the third question. What is your vision and your long-term commitment to the Elk Grove Unified School District Board of Education?
Okay. Well, I volunteer at my church. We work closely with Elk Grove Inns for homeless people and families, women, men. And then I also volunteer at my son's school. He's 5 years old. So after volunteering there, I decided to volunteer at the school board, and I believe my vision is to further the vision of Elk Grove Unified District. I want to work with you guys and take it further. I mean, and improve it and achieve goals together. And again, the key word is achieve goals together, because in public service, it means I believe it's a sorry. I'm losing words.
It's all right, take a deep breath.
Sorry, I don't have any more words. Sorry about that.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Question number 4. What are 3 issues facing Elk Grove Unified in the coming years, and how would you address each issue?
Okay, the first one I know, in my opinion, it's a Common Core education system. That one, based on research, on my research, I mean, I like it. The reason why I like it is because, or I support it, is because I was not born and raised in the United States. So when I first came to U.S., I'm kind of like self-taught person, and I worked very hard, and of course I have strong math background, so I have to consider that part, and I'm very successful with using that formula. But I think I got also help from my instructors, and that's my first. I think that's the first issue, I think, or challenge the board will face. And the second one is achievement gap between different ethnic students from different ethnic backgrounds. And actually, what I would say, and again, it's very logical thing to do, is to allocate resource to those students who are actually struggling in achieving goals in high schools, or so I think that's the next one, achievement gap between different ethnic students groups. So that's pretty much it.
Question number 5, explain what you know about the funding of public schools in California, specifically address the Local Control Funding Formula, LCFF, and the Local Control Accountability Plan, LCAP.
Okay, so the funding formula, you're asking about how the school gets the public school gets funds in our Elk Grove School Unified District? Okay. Well, I believe, again, it's my understanding is of my research, is that 44% of the funding comes from state of California and 44 comes from the local government. And then the remaining, that's totals 88%. So the remaining 12% comes from the federal government. And what's the next part of the question?
Can you repeat the question if you need me to?
Yeah, please.
Explain what you know about the funding of public schools in California, specifically address the local control funding formula and the local control accountability plan.
Control accountability plan. I don't know about this one. Sorry, I passed this.
Okay, Mr. Sarfaraz, you may now make your closing statement.
Sure. Well, Elk Grove is a great place to live and, of course, raise a family. I have 2 kids, young kids, and my son is in kindergarten, and, of course, my daughter is not at school-going age. The reason I'm interested in this opportunity to serve, or you can say volunteer, is that I like to bring my experience and my professional, of course, educational background and experience to serve the community to serve the community and make sure that our future, the children who are our students who are our future, succeed. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Thank you, Mr. Sarfaraz.
Thank you.
Okay, the board is scheduled for a break, seeing that we are significantly ahead of schedule. I need my glasses. What time is it? It's 5. They will be ready by 5:45? Okay. So we are scheduled now for about a 45-minute break. So feel free to stretch, get a refreshment, talk amongst yourselves. We'll be back at 5:45. Board members, there are refreshments in the break room. I would also like to remind the board to not discuss any candidates during our lunch break. Please do not discuss any candidates during our dinner break. Thank you.
Yeah, I figured we'd move pretty quick.
Hi, Steve Lee.
Good. How you doing, sir? Good. Good. Hope not. And that's sometime when you run behind. Right.
Okay, we're going to get started in about 1 minute. She's going to go get the candidate?
The candidate sheet,
Oh,
the timeline.
yes.
Did I leave somebody out?
Yeah, so it's just 5 left.
5, 6, 7. 7, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What did I read? Yeah. We got George Brown. We got Lance Fang. Oh, I see what I did.
Forgot one.
On this, yeah, what? This, this.
Work shots. Trying to get the action shot with Roy.
Should I stay? Did you need a choreographer?
So did you, yes. So what do you think, Ms. Albiani? Yes, we're ready. We're just posing. Oh.
Yeah, I messed up. That's, I kept saying 6 because I left it.
I'd like to introduce to you Sophia Sherman.
Good evening, Ms. Sherman.
Good evening, Madam President.
I would like to thank you for applying for the provisional vacancy on the school board. And I would also like to remind you that you have 15 minutes, which will include your opening statement, 5 questions from the board, and a closing statement. Please make a brief statement about your qualifications and why you are seeking to be on the board. We will interview you immediately after your statement. You may begin.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you for allowing me this evening to come before you and to ask for your consideration in appointing me to the Elk Grove Board of Directors, Board of Trustees, actually. Well, first of all, I am married to my husband, is Lee Sherman. He's a lifelong resident of Elk Grove, born and raised here, attended and graduated from all the schools here in town. In fact, his brother was a school mascot, the Elk, for many years when he was in high school. Having all my children attend school in this district has given me the opportunity to experience what the district has to offer our children. And presently, I have 3 grandchildren at CRC, which I know aren't, in the school district, but nevertheless, they went to the Elk Grove schools, and they're now at CRC, and one's at Sonoma State University. And I also have 2 great-grandchildren, one's in preschool and one's in kindergarten, and they too are working and performing at their grade level. And I read in the newspapers all the time about, our super grads and what they're doing, fulfilling their dreams. Well, this all comes from the education that they have received here in the district. And so public education here in Elk Grove is the best. It's envied by many, and I hear it all the time when I do travel around the region. Ever since I was in high school, I set my goals of going to college, but I was told one day when I was a junior, the teacher pulled me aside and says that I couldn't continue taking the college prep courses because I was poor and I would be wasting my time and the teacher's time. I couldn't have the money to go to college. Well, knowing me, I cried a few tears, and then I thought, okay, I'm going to make the best of this. I set my goal that if I ever was in a position to make a decision to offer public education to all children, whether they're rich, poor, young, and old, doesn't really matter, that I was going to be there for them. Not going to college then opened the door to me saying that I guess I got to do what all Latina girls do. You get married and you have children. Well, that wasn't good enough for me. So it didn't work, as you can tell. I just went on and just really charged forward and reached the goals of being there for the kids, and that's who is most important to me, is higher education for our children in Elk Grove. Thank you.
Question 1.
Hi. Hello. In your opinion, what are the elements that contribute to a cohesive working school board? And how would you contribute to the cohesiveness of the Elk Grove Unified Board of Education?
Communication, respect, and be willing to accept some solutions even if they're not your own. To me, being a school board member is an honor because you are working and around students that need some guidance. You also need to be aware of the needs of the kids that are in school, whether they're, with special needs, foster youth, the underprivileged. And I know working with this school board and the Board of Education is a long reach from here to there when you say you have to really connect with them, but it's not that difficult. Like I said at the very beginning, communication. And I am one that if I have questions, I will call and ask. But I will go through staff. I will check with staff. They're the ones that are, on the front lines here. They have done the research, so by the time something comes to me, it's pretty well vetted. And then I can sit and talk with staff, and then along with the fellow colleagues, I would then discuss it further, as to, okay, where do we go from here? And is it necessary for us to go the next step?
Hi, Ms. Sherman.
Good evening.
I got a question, too. Do you believe that being a member of the Board of Education can make a difference in the operation of school districts, and if yes, how?
I'm sorry, would you repeat that question?
Do you believe that being a member of the Board of Education can make a difference in the operation of school district, and if yes, how?
Yes, I do. If you just look around like I am this evening, and I see the different characteristics of each board member, you all bring something new and different. And working together, I think, well, actually, I know that being on the board is an honor, would be an honor, because we would be representing the children and kids of our school. The second part to your question, I wasn't really clear on that, sir. I'm sorry.
I'll repeat it again for you. Do you believe that being a member of the Board of Education can make a difference in the operation of the school district, and if yes, how?
Oh, okay. I apologize then. I absolutely do believe that would make a difference, and it's important. We need to be the voice for the children. And in order to be the voice for the children, we have to, well, how do I put this? It's hard for me to put into words. If I didn't feel that I could make a difference being on this school board of education, I wouldn't even be here this evening, because I know that with my experience and my professional and personal experiences, I bring a lot and can bring a lot to the table. That's a little
Thank you.
different one.
Good evening.
Good
What is your vision and long-term commitment to the Elk Grove Unified School District Board of Education?
My vision is to continue the path we are, but to make it better. I know that you have adopted a 3-year LCFF and a budget plan, and you have set goals that you have to reach. And my vision is to reach those goals along with the colleagues, and to make sure that we do abide by the criteria that was brought forward by the mandate of the state of California. As far as my vision for being on this board is to assist and to improve the programs that are in place, because I can build bridges and partnerships from my previous experience, and I think that is a great asset to have. And each one of us have our own way of creating partnerships, and that would be my way of assisting this board to move forward.
Okay, thank you. Tony?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Question number 4. What are 3 issues facing Elk Grove Unified in the coming years, and how would you address each issue?
Okay. Attendance, funding, and the achievement gap. Attendance is very, very important because that's where we get the tax dollars that pays, comes into for the budget to be approved. We use, that fund does come, for because of the attendance. That's important. The second one was funding. We need to reach out and be more aggressive in going after grants because there are so many partners that we can create out there. And because if we don't do it and other districts are starting, we're going to be left behind and we're going to be too late by the time we go forward and ask them to help us, with any type of grant money. I think that's super, super important. And then the third thing, the achievement gap, that to me goes without saying that this district has been on top of it, but not to the point that now there are things that have to be done. You have to do this, you have to do that. And the district's been doing it all along. But now, because it's been put down in writing, you have to make sure that each goal is met. And you're on the right path. I feel that the achievement gap is a name that was just put on, for lack of better words, or they couldn't find anything else. To me, it means that, some of our students, a great percentage of our students are not college bound. They are not there. They don't know how to read at their level. There's a language barrier. They don't speak English. They don't know how to speak English. And I know that when I was growing up, I didn't learn English until I was in kindergarten. And so that was pretty difficult. So we have to consider that we need to be there for these kids to help them reach their most potential goal, because without them getting there, they're our future, and if we don't help them, I don't know what's going to happen to them. They won't graduate, and we're not ones for pushing them forward just because, of age. We just can't do that and should not do that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Question number 5, explain what you know about the funding of public schools in California, specifically address the Local Control Funding Formula, LCFF, and the Local Control Accountability Plan, LCAP.
Okay, the Local Control Fund is, these are 2 new programs that were just put into place, I believe, in 2013, and then you adopted it in 2014, in June. There's a lot of research to do on that, but I'm not one to sit back and say, okay, let's study this to death. I think you've already started just by adopting it last year, both programs, that you can see the value of it, but at the same time, we have to make sure that we vigorously attack each goal that is set, that you have set this past year, and in order to meet the mandate goals that was set before you. Did that answer your question, ma'am? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sherman. You may now make your closing statement.
Let's see. Well, my closing statement is very plain and simple. I want to first of all thank you again for allowing me this evening to come before you. I also know that time is of essence for us to get these goals, on the books. Let's get going with them. There's a lot of work to be done, and I'm prepared to be there for you, work with you. I know that I have the experience, and I have the knowledge, and I have the partners that I have worked with in the past. I know that we need to build stronger partnerships, because that is so important in order for any school district or anyone really to survive, even businesses. I know that if you appoint me, I would be a person that listens, communicates, and if I do have a Criticism, I have always told when I owned my business, if you're going to criticize or bring a criticism, bring me a solution, and that's what I do. I can see this board really intent on making both programs one of your most important goals this year, and well, for the future as well. But we need to have and be sure that we do have, you know, we're the voice of the children, and you know they can't speak for themselves. And we also have to bring the parents in so they understand these programs. Because if they don't understand it, you're not going to get any support. And so those are the challenges that I'm going to be taking on if appointed, is to work with the parents and make sure that they come forward and understand. And I can share with them some of my personal stories that may help them understand why these programs are so important to the district and to their child.
Great. Thank you so much, Ms. Sherman.
Thank you.
All right, if my colleagues will finish their notes before the next candidate arrives. Greg Stinson. This? Oh. Well, he's scheduled for 6:20. We're still early.
Yeah. Some of them may, you know. not
Demand the right
come.
time.
Apparently he
Oh,
is here.
okay.
Come closer to the time.
I would like to introduce Mr. Greg Stinson.
Good evening, Mr. Stinson.
Good evening.
I want to thank you for applying for the provisional vacancy on the school board. I want to remind you that you have 15 minutes, which will include your opening statement, 5 questions from the board, and a closing statement. Please make a brief statement about your qualifications and why you are seeking to be on the board. We will interview you immediately after your statement. You may begin.
As you heard, I'm Greg Stinson, and I saw the vacancy to apply for the board member. I've been excited since I've been looking at the growth for the past 10 years of net growth, and I've been looking for some kind of a way to contribute to the growth and help the community at the same time. I look at the children, and I like to make sure that Elk Grove stays a #1 education in the community, and I want to try to input some of my past experience with mentoring kids and working with special organizations to input that into the board. And I'll take your first question.
Hello.
How you doing?
In your opinion, what are the elements that contribute to a cohesive working school board? And how would you contribute to the cohesiveness of the Elk Grove Unified Board of Education?
Everyone has to be on the same page, and we have to put the objectives out there so that everyone knows what each person's objective is, and make sure that it's going in the right area that we all need to be in. Once we get all the objectives out, know what direction we want to go, then we can decide which way will best suit the needs of the board. You have to be a team member. You can't try to make decisions on your own. You have to try to see what's the best needs for the district.
Evening, Mr. Stinson.
How you doing?
I have question number 2. Do you believe that being a member of the Board of Education can make a difference in the operation of the school district, and if yes, why?
Of myself being a member of the school board district?
Let me repeat the question
Thank
again.
you.
Do you believe that being a member of the Board of Education can make a difference in the operation of the school district, and if yes, how?
Yes, I do, because if you're a member, you have input on the direction that we need to go to get the school board to get the design, the plans to get the school to go in the direction that we need it to go. If you can't do anything if you're not out there trying to get on the board. I mean, if you're not on the board, you can, say this or say that, but you have to be on the board to try to make a decision and and vocalize your wishes and your ideas to best suit the needs of the district. I think that myself, I will bring experience of my past experience to the board and help to guide, hopefully to guide some of the directions of each and every member and have some good input on some of the decisions that we need to go through.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Stinson, what is your vision and your long-term commitment to the Elk Grove Unified School District Board of Education?
My vision is to see Elk Grove School District continue to grow and be a #1 learning institution in the United States and to be recognized as such. I want to see the more programs and stuff designed for the youth where they can be more productive and more in tune to getting into society. I really like to get more of the surrounding businesses to have more mentoring programs to get kids more motivated to and try to deal with specific needs of the kids that get them out there and into the workforce. Kind of give them an idea of what they're looking at. A lot of kids, they don't see what the end result is. We can get some of these businesses that can kind of show these kids where the end result lies so they can get this education or really go out and seek the education. I want the education to be more appealing to the kids, and maybe we can get more energetic with the children so they can be more, want to learn more and want to do more as far as their education. I believe that if we design specific programs for maybe certain kids that might need a different might want to go another direction, that we can still appeal to these kids along with appealing with other kids at the same time.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Question number 4. What are 3 issues facing Elk Grove Unified in the coming years, and how would you address each issue?
One issue is the Black and Latinos scores in difference to the white and Asian scores. I think that would have to be looked at on a case-by-case basis. You have to design specific programs for each and every specific need to try to close the gap between the education level between the Latinos and the whites, and the Latinos and the blacks as to the whites and the Asians. I think that another problem they have is the teacher to child ratio. We need to try to seek programs to try to get more teachers and break down the classes so that you can have one teacher teaching less students. That way they can get direct help. I think that I like to see more student-teacher. I know that we have the school loop, but I like to see maybe some teachers doing something a little more specific to a student that's not achieving what they should be doing. I know that sometimes the parents might not go on the school loop and they might not utilize the school loop to the best. I'd like to see the teachers look at that and see if maybe they can even have a conversation, email the student, email the parents, and get more interactive with the parents and the child to figure out what this kid needs. I believe I addressed pretty much the, the third one would be Elk Grove is constantly growing. We're going to have to put more schools. We got thousands and thousands of people moving. The population is increasing. So we want to try to make sure that we have more institutions to teach these new people coming in, these new kids, these new families. They need to have specific learning institutions to teach them. I kind of would like to see something, some of the district divisions is kind of a little question. You know, I like to see maybe some restructure of the divisions of the district, maybe that could make it a little easier for some of the parents. I noticed that there's kids you know, for instance, you got kids over by Whitelock Parkway, east of Whitelock Parkway in Bruceville, and they're going over to Willard Parkway to attend school, and you got several schools that's closer. I think they would be better suited maybe if they could attend one of the surrounding elementary schools, and that might work out a little better, and it might even bring up grade scores. So the district, the division of the district is a problem as far as I can see, and that would be my third problem that I would like to take care of.
Okay, thank you very much.
Question number 5, explain what you know about the funding of public schools in California, specifically address the Local Control Funding Formula, LCFF, and the Local Control Accountability Plan, the LCAP.
Well, I'm not familiar with it. I'm not going to sit up here and try to formulate some kind of a answer for that. I'm new at all this. I just like to say that I will use all my energy to, in past experience in dealing with labor negotiations and other things, to try to help the district deal with ongoing problems and deal with unions and you know, I do have some experience in that, and I would like to translate that into working for the school district. So as far as the answer for that question, I don't know.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stinson. You may now make your closing statement.
As I stated, I believe that Elk Grove is one of the fastest growing cities in the world, and I like to be a part of the redistricting or in part of the school board to try to help facilitate the incoming children that's coming in. I want to be a part of that. I want to try to give back to the community. You know, I haven't really done a whole lot of community efforts or work, more than being a baseball coach and mentoring youth, trying to keep them out of trouble and keep them on the right track. But I like to take my energy that I use to successfully keep some of those kids in the school and turn it into a school board member. You know, maybe that could translate into something great, and I like the opportunity to work with all of you guys and maybe make some great decisions for the future of Elk Grove and our school district. I have a daughter who she's currently attending Franklin High, and I really like to see her, you know, get some of the assets or stuff that we've created together, and I can say, hey, your dad is a part of this, you know. So I do have, you know, some vested, you know, in the Elk Grove School District. So I want to continue living here. I love the area. I watched it grow. You know, as you know, I'm a member of Quail Ridge Community. I remember when they just finished Franklin High, and I just was a big part of a growing community, and I said, man, I want to be a part of this. When the opportunity for District 6 opened up, I jumped on it. So I hope you guys vote for me, and we'll see what happens.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
We're flying through this.
I'd like to introduce to you Todd Watson.
Good evening, Mr. Watson.
Good evening. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Todd Watson.
Let me
I'm
go
sorry.
over.
Go ahead. They said we
I
had
love
an
your
opening.
enthusiasm. First of all, I want to thank you for applying for the provisional vacancy on the board. And I want to remind you that you have 15 minutes, which will include your opening statement, the 5 questions from the board, and a closing statement. We will interview you immediately after your statement. You may begin now.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Todd Watson. I've been a community member for 18 years in Elk Grove. During that time, I've had ample opportunity to help with the education and mentoring of our youth. This includes mentoring financial readiness, workforce readiness, and entrepreneurship in the greater Sacramento area. Also including support through all levels of school throughout my boys' educational career. For these and many more reasons, I believe that you will find that I'm not only qualified, but capable and completely committed to having a positive impact on the Elk Grove Unified School District, both students and staff.
Thank you. Question 1.
Hello.
Good evening.
In your opinion, what are the elements that contribute to a cohesive working school board? And how would you contribute to the cohesiveness of the Elk Grove Unified Board of Education?
Well, as in any board, I currently serve on a board now, and I've served on a couple over the course of my career. I believe it takes partnership, understanding. There's many facets. We all bring a different background, different education level, different work experience with that. And so I think it takes understanding. So it really takes a true listening skills, right, to make sure you hear what's being said, understand all sides of the argument. And I specifically say all sides because there's more than 2 sides, right? So understanding all sides, understanding the background of maybe the person presenting it or your peers on the board as well, I believe that's important to the cohesiveness of the board.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I have question number 2. Do you believe that being a board member of the Board of Education can make a difference in the operation of the school district, and if yes, how?
I believe that a properly operating board with committed members can make a difference in anything, specifically the school board. As I said, I currently serve on the Board of Directors for Junior Achievement of Sacramento. And with commitment and energy and people that are passionate about the cause, I do believe that changes can be made. Again, it kind of goes back to the previous question. It's really about the partnership with the schools, the administrators, and the teachers, and all of us being on the same page in regards to the passion that we have for the education, the development of our youth.
Thank you.
And Next is Mr. Forcino.
Thank you. What is your vision and your long-term commitment to the Elk Grove Unified School District Board of Education?
I'll take the vision first, just so we have that. I think we need to continue to evolve as an education system. I think the board serves an important role in that. So it's important that the board understands the changes, the evolution that's taking place technologically, in a learning capacity, socioeconomically. All those issues are important. So the vision is to make sure that we completely understand what's taking place, how we can incorporate that into our future growth, any budgetary decisions we might have in regards to that growth, how we continue to involve athletics, drama, after-school programs, alternative education. It's all important. So it's really, the issue is really truly understanding what's in front of us and how can we as a board best have impact on those decisions that will affect those youth. And I'm sorry, could you repeat the second part for me? Unless I answered it.
Yes, I can. The question was, what is your vision and your long-term commitment to the Elk Grove Unified School District Board of Education?
So for the commitment part, I'm truly committed to Elk Grove. I moved here in '97, as I had said, and I've been involved from the beginning. I've been with junior achievement since 1998, only because I couldn't get involved directly with Elk Grove. But throughout each of the schools that my boys have been at, I've been involved at the elementary level, the junior high level, and the high school level. They're getting ready to move on to college. I have no intent of chasing them because I'm hoping they go different ways. But I want to continue the involvement that we have here. I think we have a world-class education system here. I believe that we're making a difference. We need to continue that, and my commitment is to be involved in that, bring some technology in if we can, right? Obviously, budget usually curtails that, but we need to do what we can to bring that in and make a difference.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Question number 4. What are 3 issues facing Elk Grove Unified in the coming years, and how would you address each issue?
Okay. Well, I think the biggest one that I see from being a community member and where I've been involved is budgetary, right? Really, it really applies to anything. We can't do anything without the money, right? So we can't have after-school programs. We can't do drama. We can't have the right amount of teachers. We can't have the right amount of staff. We can't have yard duty services without the money. We know that. So I think that would probably be a priority, is to understand where's the money coming from. How do we secure that money? How do we make sure that we keep getting our piece of the pie? How can we increase that money, right? What can we do as a board to increase our piece of the money part? I think that's important. That to me is number one, because you can't do anything. Anything else we want to do can't be done without the money. Secondarily, I think we need to continue to look at after school. What's taking place with our after school programs? I was heavily involved with trying to bring back freshman sports, because I believe that if we can't keep some of our kids active after school, they're going to get into trouble, right? And I was one of them when I was younger, right? I got into sports luckily, and I didn't go down the wrong path. So I think we need to keep them active, and it doesn't have to be sports. It can be any level of things. But I think after school programs, we have a lot of parents that are 2 jobs, a lot of parents that are working late. And so if we can keep those kids busy and tell those parents stay home, I think we're going to have a higher success rate. And it actually leads into the next part of it, which is the gap in test scores, right? I truly believe that we don't understand the issue. I don't think we have a firm grasp on what's causing the gap. We see the scores, and we can make some assumptions, but I don't think we truly understand it. A lot of the studies that I've been reading recently, and again, this goes back to my involvement with junior achievement, because that's kind of what our goal is too, is making everyone literate and workforce ready and successful, is that I don't think we truly understand what's causing it. I don't know that we understand if it's a socioeconomic issue, is it a parenting issue, is it a school issue, is it all the above, right? It's probably a little bit of both, or all 3, or multiples. So I don't think we have a firm grasp on what the issue is, and I'd like to really truly dig into that a little bit more and hopefully get a better understanding so that we can come up with a complete, a solution for that.
Thank you.
Question number 5, explain what you know about the funding of public schools in California, specifically address the Local Control Funding Formula, LCFF, and the Local Control Accountability Plan, the LCAP.
Okay, well, I'm not going to be able to tell you what those last two are, to be honest with you, okay? I understand the funding, about 50, 55, 60% comes from state, approximately 25% comes from local, and then federal gives us, a remainder of that, give or take. And I apologize, I don't understand what those terms are. I am very familiar with fiduciary responsibilities and with how public money comes in and the responsibilities the board has for those public monies, but I can't speak specifically to those fundings.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. You may now make your closing statement.
Thank you. Just a brief one. I know you guys want to go home too, it's late. Just thank you for the opportunity to interview with the open seat on the Elk Grove Unified School District Board of Education. I believe that you will see my background in fiduciary responsibility and decision-making has a long history and is well tested. Also, my technological training and involvement with the education of our youth is deeply seated. I feel these qualities make me the perfect candidate to fill the open seat. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
This we definitely can.
No, I'm not going to.
Right on time, because you don't know who's coming.
Yeah.
I would like to introduce Ms. Nancy Chaires Espinoza.
Good evening, Ms. Chaires Espinoza.
Good evening.
First of all, I want to thank you for applying for the provisional vacancy on the board. And I also want to remind you that you have 15 minutes for the interview, which will include your opening statement, 5 questions from the board, and a closing statement. Please make a brief statement about your qualifications and why you are seeking to be on the board. We will interview you immediately after your statement. You may begin.
Thank you very much for this opportunity, and thank you to the board members for enduring this marathon meeting just to make sure that we get the district back on track. I'm here before you to provide the challenging and valuable education that all of our students in the district deserve and expect. I know that that's why you do what you do, and I have the same goal in my heart. I'm here to help you reach those goals. I want the board to work with employers and with higher education partners to make sure that we're preparing all of our students for the jobs that actually exist here in the region and in the local economy. I want to make sure that we give the same importance to preparing our students for college and A through G requirements that we do for a career training and success in other segments. I stand before you as someone with a 15-year career in education policy. I have working knowledge of the Common Core, the local control funding formula, and the new standardized assessments. I want to help the district build on the successes it has already made. For example, the E4 commitment. I take to heart the importance of every child learning in every subject, in every classroom, every day. I appreciate the way that the district's commitment predated the LCAP requirement, and the way that those two have meshed together so nicely. I want to continue in that same vein. The work of this board is at the intersection of the work I've done throughout my career and my lifelong community service, my commitment to serving those around me. Community service is something that I believe I've demonstrated. It's not something that I think folks should just talk about. I think we should all live our values. I've lived my dedication to serving the folks around me, transparency, inclusion, and I have a working knowledge again of the legislative process, the budget process, administrative, regulatory at the state and federal level, and I've been dedicating my private time to volunteering, from everything from school site council to advocating for children in foster care to conducting admissions interviews for our higher achieving students for college. And I know public service. I know what it is to weigh competing arguments and to make the best decision in the interests of the people that you serve. I am also known by this community. Our kids deserve the best start in life that we can possibly give them, and I'd love you to allow me to help you provide that. And I'm ready for your questions.
Hello.
Hi there.
In your opinion, what are the elements that contribute to a cohesive working school board, and how would you contribute to the cohesiveness of the Elk Grove Unified Board of Education?
Great question. Well, with respect to this board in particular, I think it's no secret that there has been obviously a lot of turnover, a bit of division on this board, and I would like to be a force for stability. And I think that that is something that absolutely brings a board together, that fosters cohesiveness. You know, obviously, all of you up there know we are in a period of unprecedented change in education for the reasons I mentioned earlier, LCFF, Common Core, the new standardized assessment, among others. I think what makes a great board is, first off, having the right individuals, people who all on their own are committed to the work, to putting the work above all else. That's priority number one. You know, one of my colleagues, when I first joined the city commission I serve on, said, you know, there's a tradition here of taking the work very seriously, but not taking ourselves too seriously, and I thought that captured it perfectly. That is absolutely my approach, and that's a very important ingredient in creating a cohesive board. Other than that, you know, the way that we go about conducting business. I personally prioritize long-term relationships. You know, I'm not a scorched earth kind of person because, you know, there will be changes in state law. There will be fluctuations back and forth, and we never really know what side of the issues our colleagues are going to be on. So I really prioritize maintaining a good long-term working relationship. And for, you know, the most important part, of course, is to be an active listener, to really take the learning part seriously, whether we're learning as we're listening to our colleagues or we're learning from the community. And that, to me, is a very key ingredient in being a good decision maker.
Good evening. I have question number 2. Do you believe that being a member of the Board of Education can make a difference in the operation of the school district, and if yes, how?
Yes, absolutely. I wouldn't be here if I didn't. You know, the board's job is to determine the priorities of the school district, to operate at the policy level, and to ensure that the district's priorities align with its budget, to make sure that that is actually the work being done on the ground. Without that very important function, our teachers and staff can't do the work that they have to do directly with students. So it's absolutely important, and it makes a difference. It's a tough job because there's a role of a representative, there's a role of being an enforcer sometimes and implementing state law, whether you like it or not. But that's why it's equally important to make smart decisions, you know, to resist the trends. We saw in LA Unified, for example, everybody jumped on the bandwagon that said technology is going to solve all of our problems. Let's buy everybody an iPad and, you know, everything else will go away. I remember having concerns about that. You know, even with my colleagues at the Department of Education, I told them let's be cautious. Let's make sure that we know what specifically we want to achieve. What are our educational goals? How are we going to use this technology? How does it fit in with our existing educational goals? And clearly we saw in lots of places in the state and probably elsewhere where people weren't so thoughtful about that. And those are the types of important decisions that school boards make, where you have the ability to spend millions of dollars improving the educational experience of someone or buying them a shiny new toy.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I have the next question, and as a reminder, you have 8 minutes for the next 3 questions in your summary. There's another 8 minutes.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
What is your vision and long-term commitment to the Elk Grove Unified School District Board of Education?
Yeah. Well, the future is going to continue to throw a lot of challenges at this board and many districts throughout the state. I know that here, through the work I've done in the planning and development world, I know that our population is growing, which puts a lot of demands on the school board to continue to create school facilities, to continue to train high-quality staff and teachers. That's very important. So my vision is that we meet that challenge, that when Elk Grove Unified has not 60 but 100,000 students, we have them adequately housed. We have them all in high-quality schools. It's as important to me that we provide a world-class education to our mainstream and high-achieving students as it is that we make gains in closing the achievement gap, something I was very proud when I first moved to this area that Elk Grove was recognized for. And I know in the last year that they published API data that we made some backsliding, and that's a bit of a concern to me. So that's my vision, that we continue to make progress academically, but also make sure that we're fiscally responsible. I know that with the PERS and STIRS obligations that are coming online, it's eating away at most of the additional per pupil funding that we're getting with the new funding formula. So we have to find a way to stabilize funding. I know that the pressure from special education expenditures continues to increase. We have to get to a point where we meet the needs of that population, but stabilize the expenditures at the same time. So I would like to see this district step up, meet all those needs, and become a model of good decision making at the same time.
Good evening. Question number 4. What are 3 issues facing Elk Grove Unified in the coming years, and how would you address each issue?
Absolutely. To me, everything begins with early education. It's the best investment that we can make. I mentioned the achievement gap earlier. We know that the achievement gap is already present by the time children enroll in kindergarten, sometimes even by age 3. That you can measure the fact that some children in underrepresented groups have a smaller vocabulary, they have fewer books at home. There are actually measurable differences. So to me, beginning with early education, particularly teaching parents how to be the primary educator for their children, is the first place to invest. Equity is an important issue to me. We talk a lot about our high-need students, underrepresented students, but geography is another factor here, particularly in a district as big as Elk Grove Unified. So I want to make sure that kids have the same opportunities all over this district. And the last priority would be one of the issues I already mentioned, the long-term financial stability of the district. And not because there's anything suspect here, on the contrary, Elk Grove is in a good place, but just looking down the line at some of the curveballs that will be thrown at this district and many others, the decreases that are coming in the Prop 30 funding and the PERS and STIRS obligations, which I don't believe the district will have quite finished catching up with by the time that the Prop 30 funding runs out. So things of that nature.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Question number 5, explain what you know about the funding of public schools in California, specifically address the Local Control Funding Formula, LCFF, and the Local Control Accountability Plan, the LCAP.
Ooh, all that, and I have 4 minutes left. Good stuff. Well, thankfully, I find the school funding formula that we have now just so much simpler than what existed before. When I first started working in education policy, there was Proposition 98 and a multitude of categorical programs that nobody had even tried to consolidate. So what we have now is a blessing, at least on paper, right? It's always different to implement it. But my understanding is that the local control funding formula is composed of 3 basic elements. There's the base grant, which is a per pupil amount that every school district gets for every student, and that varies by 4 grade spans, with the youngest and oldest kids getting a larger amount. That is set to increase every year through 2020, and once they reach full funding there, the state's also going to give a supplemental grant to school districts for each child who is categorized as high needs. And those high needs kids are in 3 specific categories, which are low socioeconomic categories, English learners, and children in foster care, which is a group that's near and dear to my heart. And the third part is the concentration funding, which will go only to those districts whose student body is composed of 55% or greater children in those high needs categories. The LCAP is what the state considers the accountability mechanism for that, and for a district it really functions as its strategic plan. So the way Elk Grove used it, for example, where the E4 plan was really woven into the LCAP.
Okay, we want to thank you for your time, Ms. Chires, and now you may make your closing statement.
Thank you very much. Let's see. Apologize. Well, thank you again for your time and your patience. I know that you've heard from some great individuals, some very intelligent and passionate folks. I know because I got to talk to them outside. So I don't envy you your decision, but I will humbly suggest that my experience in education policy, my knowledge of policy and finance, and my demonstrated commitment to this community would make me the right choice today, would make me the best addition to this board. Allocating $628 million per year, which is the total budget of the district, is no small responsibility. And one of the things about local government that I personally love is that people are not shy about coming to tell you that you bear personal responsibility over their child's experience, and that's actually one of the things I appreciate. I have experience creating and implementing budgets at the state level and at the organizational level. I actually decided to earn my master's in public policy in response to seeing some missteps that school districts made, where they weren't adequately prepared to make financial decisions for the people that they were supposed to serve. I know that we have some deadlines coming up here in March, and you need to get working on the budget. And although I would definitely have something to learn, as would all of the applicants, I think I'm in a good place to jump in and be of value to you sooner rather than later. If appointed, I'm ready to make a long-term commitment to this board. And furthermore, I think I stand the best chance at actually winning this seat from the voters in 2 years and maintaining the stability of the board. For me, it's not enough to talk the talk. I actually need to live my values. So this would be an extension of the work that I've done for the community and what I've dedicated myself to professionally for about 15 years now. It'd be an honor to work alongside you. So I humbly request your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Chires Espinosa.
Thank you.
I'd like to introduce to you Luana Montgomery.
Good evening, Ms. Montgomery.
Good
I want to thank you for applying for the provisional vacancy on the school board. And I also want to remind you that you have 15 minutes, which will include your opening statement, 5 questions from the board, and a closing statement. Please make a brief statement about your qualifications and why you are seeking to be on the board. We will interview you immediately after your statement. You may begin.
Well, good evening, Board President and board members and guests. It is truly a pleasure to be here. My name is Lawana Montgomery, and I feel like I'm the best candidate because of my educational background. I'm an ambitious business leader and educator selected by the White House Business Council, and for my outstanding achievements, I was listed in the Library of Congress, certified and educated to work with different cultures and ethnicities through teacher preparation at CSU, Sacramento, BMed, Bilingual Multicultural Educational Department. I did my master's project here in Elk Grove at one of the elementary schools. I've worked also at one of the middle schools with a teen program. So everything I've been doing has been to improve working with the students here in Elk Grove.
Hello, I have question number 1. In your opinion, what are the elements that contribute to a cohesive working school board? And how would you contribute to the cohesiveness of the Elk Grove Unified Board of Education?
Okay, I believe in order to have anything cohesive and is to work together and being a team player. And that's one of my best strengths is I'm like the bridge, and I'm always that person that's a good listener, and trying to work together and agree to disagree is fine with me.
Good evening. I have the second question. Do you believe that being a member of the Board of Education can make a difference in the operation of the school district? And if yes, how?
Yes, I do believe that. I'm the business owner of the Reach Learning 2.0 Montgomery Educational Foundation, and we do tutoring for after-school programs. And I find that education, the board, is the biggest piece is how we can help our children become better. We're trying to close the achievement gap, and the only way we can do that is to make sure that the school board is working with all stakeholders, and that includes the teachers, the school districts, the superintendents, the teachers, the parents, and the students to make sure that we have the best school district possible.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you. I have the next question. What is your vision and your long-term commitment to the Elk Grove Unified School District Board of Education?
Okay, my long-term commitment is to continue to provide after-school tutoring for students that need it, who are falling behind in English language arts and mathematics. And I feel that that's going to be around at least for another 9 or 10 years, and also will help to close the achievement gap. I want to continue to work in my community. I love Elk Grove. I remember a time that Elk Grove School District was one of the best, and I want to see it become the best again.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. Question number 4. What are 3 issues facing Elk Grove Unified in the coming years, and how would you address each issue?
I think one of the biggest problems Elk Grove have now is maybe the disparity between minorities, and that specifically talking about African American students and Latinos, making sure that they have a level playing field. And so I think that is probably the biggest part we have. Maybe the funding is another big issue, making sure that Elk Grove gets enough money. We have to have money and resources to be able to provide for our students. So those 2 things, family, and making sure the family get the help that they need to be able to help their students in addition to the teachers.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Question number 5, explain what you know about the funding of public schools in California, specifically address the Local Control Funding Formula, LCFF, and the Local Control Accountability Plan, the LCAP.
Okay, the funding, well, the funding is kind of broken down into different parts. There's so much that you receive from taxes, there's so much that you receive from the federal government, and there's so much that comes from categorical services and your lunch programs and all these other things. And so with that being said, we were hit pretty hard with a lot of making sure we didn't get as much money as we used to, and that's why we had a lot of the problems, the layoffs, and I guess increased classroom sizes and things like that. The funding is important. We got to make sure, and from what I'm understanding, I thought the Prop 30 was supposed to help us receive more funding so that we could help with our schools.
Okay, Ms. Montgomery, you may now make your closing statement.
Okay. Well, thank you all for giving me an opportunity to be here. It was certainly a pleasure. I do feel that I am the best qualified applicant for this position because of my background in education as well as educational leadership and policy studies. I have worked extensively with students from all races and ethnicities, helping them to bring up their test scores from being far below basic to proficient. And this has been noted in the Library of Congress as well as by the White House Council. I want to continue to do the best job that I can. I know this is a place for me to do it as long as I can have leadership working with all of you as a great team to do the best job we can to make a better Elk Grove. Elk Grove is changing. We got to change with Elk Grove. We have students who no longer are looking at hard-covered books. They're looking at books now on their telephones. They no longer know what a dial-up phone is. So we got to be now ahead of them. And it takes that kind of leadership, and I think I bring that leadership to this board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that does conclude our interviews, and since we are not scheduled for public comments until 7:25, we'll do another break with the board so that the public, per the agenda notice, has ample time to be here so that we can receive their input and not exclude anyone.
Okay, clear. Now we're going to go to 1 minute.
No, not to what?
They never eat my chocolate.
Oh, don't they? Leave it alone, huh?
We used to have helpers because my husband, Dennis works a lot. So when I had the triplets were little, I had help. And I would tell them, and do this, and I had all the lists and schedules. It was pretty hard to screw up. But I said, and this is my chocolate, and you're welcome to have one, but if you eat the last one, I will fire you that day, right now. Because whether it's right or wrong, this is the only thing that really keeps me sane. So I'm just telling you right now, and it
Leave
sounds
my
weird,
chocolate
but if you
alone.
eat my last chocolate, I will fire you. My children are
Probably
always
afraid to
they're
touch
like,
it after that.
That's my mom's, don't touch it. It's funny. This has to be one of your longer meetings in a long time.
Yeah, it is. Oh, Lord.
Yeah. You've done this for how long?
Okay, Roy. 1959. No. Probably long before you were born.
Not long before I was born, but it was before I was born. Wow. That's amazing.
Kind of dumb, really.
Oh, I don't know. You must like it. I mean, who would ever choose to keep doing it if you don't like it?
Yeah. I mean, it's just part of my life. You know, I don't.
It is hard to cut out something that's been such a part, huh?
What?
It would be hard to stop doing something that is such a part of your life.
Yeah, but, you know, I told Chris that, you know, I will be it's a good time for me to start transitioning.
Oh, okay.
How things are done. Things have changed since.
David drop you off, or?
Like I told Chris, you know, we used to get stacks of mail that hard to go through. And all that had to be answered, not all of it, part of it was a throwaway, but you answered it by typing it. Letters. Now, so much of almost all that's done by email.
So much email. Obnoxious amounts of email.
And he does a lot of his own. I mean, he's pretty self-sufficient, you know, and the emails and requests and stuff come. He handles that. So, how things are done.
How that's done, or
Yeah, how we're done and to change.
is there something specific, or it's just time?
What?
Is there something specific you want to do, or is it just time?
And I try to help my niece with her two little girls quite a lot because her marriage is not working. You know,
So
but
sad.
she says I can't live with this for the rest of my life because he's almost 30 years old, but the car and that kind of stuff is more important. You know?
Yeah, his spinny wheels versus his baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you know,
Well,
it's hard for her.
If you are a support.
We will begin in about 4 minutes.
Needs to do. That's very important. If you help her, she can do what she needs to do.
Both my sister and I, and her parents help her too. We all help. You know.
What a blessing.
Yeah.
Well,
The little first
we
grader
wouldn't be
loves to
stuck.
come and go out to the bar with Grandpa.
That's right. That's the best thing.
Yeah. Every afternoon after school, she gets
Fun.
right, it looks like everyone's here and we have a full house. I appreciate everyone being patient with the time and sticking around. I am now going to call the public comment to order, and basically we are going to be taking public comments in the following order. There will be 3 speakers per candidate, 1 minute per speaker, and then we are going to allow our bargaining units an opportunity to address the board if they wish, and then we will allow additional public comments, and we have adjusted the time for 1 minute additional talking period for the additional comments. And we do have a number of speakers here scheduled. We are going to go in the order that we interviewed the candidates. So for the first candidate, we have for Mr. George Brown, Jr., the first speaker, we have Andrea Turnage. And if I say your name incorrectly, I apologize.
Hello, thank you for giving me this time. I wanted to speak on behalf of George Brown. I've known him, me and my husband, we've known him, he and his wife, for maybe 7 years, I think, a little over 7 years. And while my son has graduated from high school over at Franklin High School, he was always present, you know, for his games and encouraging him academically. I know with his own children, he's always involved, always volunteering to do things at the school, and it's just very impressive to watch him and how he cares about not just his kids, but other kids in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Tariq Bruno, followed by Tyron Netters. Tariq Bruno? Okay. Tyron Netters, are you here? Okay, we're going to move on to candidate Lance Fang. First speaker, Henry Chang. Yep, right there.
Good evening. My name is Henry Chang. I'm the regional president for the Asian Pacific Islanders American Public Affairs Association. And this is where, over the last 4 years, I got to know Lance Fang. This is where we focused on civic engagement, empowerment, and education of the Asian Pacific Islander community. But I'm here today as an individual to support Lance, and I know he's passionate about supporting and representing his community from the Hmong, the Mien, the Lao, and the Vietnamese community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Vaming Xiong. Again, if I say your name incorrectly, I apologize. Now I know what school teachers go through.
All right, board president and member of the board. My name is Vaming Xiong, and I'm a community leader as well as a parent of 4 children who are students of the Elk Grove Unified School Districts. It was so sad to see Mr. Steve Lee left the board, but also very fortunate that we have someone who, as good as Mr. Lee, who is a good candidate, Mr. Lance Fang. I know him very well, over 10 years. And he also a community leader as well as an educator. He's working toward his doctorate degree, hopefully graduate this May. So he have a good credential that he will bring to the board. Most importantly, I'd like to address the diversity, because on your website, 62,000 students, you're talking about 22 are Asians. So we'd like to see a familiar face on the board, like Mr. Lance Fang. So I'm supporting him. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Fong Cha.
Good evening, board members. My name is Fong Cha.
I'm here to speak on behalf of Lance and to support him tonight. I am a parent of this school district. I'm also a teacher with Sac City District for over 17 years, in fact. As we speak, I know that both our school districts serve similar populations. In our district, every day we struggle with underperforming students from the underserved groups. So therefore, I would like to support Lance Fang to be a board member of this school district. Lance Fang has the skills, the experience, the knowledge to support and reach out to the community in the Elk Grove and the Sac City area. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The next candidate we interviewed was Marlon Hill. I don't have any speakers signed up. Is there anyone in the audience? Okay, we're moving on to Munir Khan. First speaker, Melub Munir.
Hi, my name is Mehla Munir, and I'm a student at Franklin High School. And I just want to say that I'm here to support Munir Khan, not only because he's my father, and because he truly cares for this community, and I know that he is the best candidate for this board position. So, thank you.
Thank you, young lady. Next, we have Amara Munir.
Good evening. My name is Amara Munir, and I'd like to support Munir Khan not only because he's also my father, but because I think that he has a lot of energy and a big passion for school and education, and I think he'd be great for the Elk Grove board. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Anna Spalding. Good evening.
I'm here on behalf of Munir Khan because I worked with him for several years, and 8 hours a day over a period of time, you get to know someone and what they believe and how they feel and what they think, and you see what they do. He is a very supportive, encouraging person who is not only deeply involved in his community, but an excellent father, very, as I said, supportive. I don't mean to repeat myself, but he's forward-looking. He truly believes that the children are our future, which many of us can say that, but his belief in that, his faith in the future and in the children and in the education system that we have is strong, and he wants to make it stronger. I'm sorry, did I run out of time?
Yeah.
Oh, I apologize. I just want to say that I think you would be making the right choice. I would want him as someone who was a part of those making the decision for my children. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next candidate interviewed was Nicole Munoz Morello, and the first speaker signed up here is Janice or Janice Warden.
Good evening, board members. Janice Warden on behalf of Nicole Munoz Murillo, and I am so honored to stand before you on her behalf. When you think of a board member, the only person that comes to mind that's the perfect fit for this position is Nicole. She's personable, she's ethical, she has a personality that gets along with all personality types, which I know is something important when you're dealing with board members and the intricate details that you're dealing with when you meet. She's efficient, she's passionate. I've been privileged to work with her for the last couple of years in her role as an advocate for the California State University Chancellor's Office. And she's just very dependable, she's smart, she's intelligent, she gets people, and she understands children as well as being a mother and having a husband who's in this district. And I think that she would be the best fit. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Carrie Dennis.
Good evening. My name is Carrie Dennis, and I am a small business owner here in Elk Grove, and my husband, Jeff Dennis, works in public safety. We and our 3 children have been close friends with Nicole and her family for the past 7 years. We have lived in Elk Grove for over 10 years, and our oldest son is attending his first year at Elk Grove Elementary School. Nicole and I have been a part of a community group together and had our first children only a few weeks apart. Nicole is someone who always speaks honestly from the heart and is a remarkable listener with sound judgment. For as long as I have known her, she has always been very passionate about public education and has dedicated so much of her time making a difference in education. We share a lot of the same morals and ethics, and I truly believe that her heart is in it first and foremost for the students and their futures. In a few years, all 3 of my children will be attending Elk Grove Elementary School, and they are the reason I feel it is so vital that Nicole gets selected for the school board. I know she will listen and collaborate with those involved in the district and help make decisions that will be beneficial to not only my children, but to all the students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next candidate speakers for Jake Rambo, I have Angie Wangsgard.
Hi, I've been involved in the Elk Grove community for 17 years, and I have 4 kids in the district. I've been on various district committees, and although this isn't the ideal way to appoint an elected official, I really appreciate the time and energy you're taking to be thorough. Thank you very much. I'm pleased to be here to speak on behalf of Jake Rambo. The first time I met Jake several years ago, we disagreed on something in a meeting. After the meeting, we talked about the issue more thoroughly. He listened to my ideas, and he explained himself thoroughly. I'd like you to know he didn't convince me on that one point, but by the end of our conversation, he had really gained my respect. I know that he can work with the public and with different personalities on the board. Since that time, there's been very little that we disagree about. I see that he puts the students in our district first. I value his extensive experience, his emphasis on managing our aging sites, especially Elk Grove High School and Kerr, where my kids have attended, and the difference that he's already made in the lives of many students in our district. Please appoint Jake Rambo.
Thank you. Next, we have Bob Levin.
Good evening, board members. My name is Bob Levine. I come to you in a threefold capacity in support for Mr. Jake Rambo, as a parent, as a teacher, and as an athletic director. I have 3 children that's gone through the Elk Grove Unified School District, McKee, Kerr, and Elk Grove High School. Having to deal with aging facilities, I know that Mr. Rambo is greatly in support of helping to improve the facilities within the district. Mr. Rambo is involved in the mock trial program at Elk Grove High School. His dedication to the students is phenomenal. He's always assisting and providing for all the kids in the district. He knows the importance of athletic programs in the district, that understanding the coaches need to be compensated better for the time and commitment. Jake is definitely the man to select for this appointment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Rick Lukowitz. Lukowitz? Okay, I got one right.
Good evening.
Good evening.
As a high school student growing up in the Bay Area, my father figure was my uncle, who served 18 years as a school board member. And as much as I loved and admired him, if he were in your position, I think he'd be lost. The complexities of the issues that Elk Grove High School, the Elk Grove School District deals with would be challenging for anyone, even my uncle, not for Jake Rambo. I've worked with Jake Rambo for 12 years. We've been co-coaches of the mock trial team, but our relationship has been deeper than that. Many times he has brought up subjects on education, and I mean many times. He is passionate about education. And I think more importantly, if I were in your shoes, his knowledge of the issues that this district deals with. He has an extensive knowledge of those issues and a passion for the students that you serve. I urge you to appoint Jake Rambo. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next candidate was Nair Sarfaraz, and I don't have any speakers signed up. Or is there anyone in the audience? Okay, moving on. Next candidate, Sophia Sherman. First speaker, Sally Guttridge.
Hi. My dad, Jim Guttridge, was on the Elk Grove board member and president for many years. He built many of the homes you reside in. I graduated from Elk Grove High and the University of Texas in the top 10% of my class. I consider that success due to the teachers of Elk Grove and the commitment to better education this district stands for. Ever since I met Sophia over 40 years ago, I have admired her support of this community. She is unstinting in her efforts to better the lives of children in this town. Personal scholarships, coat drives, food bank drives, Christmas dinners, and presents for children in need. Sophia helps everywhere, and especially on the children's projects. She is a faithful supporter of Strauss, believing as I do that the arts must not be eliminated from the schools. She supports song, dance, theater, and 1,000 other arts in our schools, and expands the arts, as you know, expand all our horizons and augment our children's view of the world. Sophia will bring to the table 40 years in knowing Elk Grove leaders, and more importantly, the people who help and work to help others less fortunate than herself. She has always cared about the quality of our schools and the future of our graduates.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, next speaker, we have Bob Gluck.
Good evening, board members. I'm Bob Gluck. I've been in business locally in the community for about 30 years, and I've known Sophia for a majority of that time. I've worked with her on many committees, Chamber of Commerce, and have a lot of respect for her and know she's dedicated, has vision, and I can only speak to my experience of where Elk Grove has been from its founding till today, and that she served on the city council for a majority of that time, the founding of the city. We can look at one of the best police departments in the area, the fact that the city survived 2008 and financial difficult times, and she had a role in that. And I can't help but think that she would serve as a valuable person on the board with some of those skills. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Russ Croco.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Russ Croco. I'm the Executive Director of Teen Center USA, aka Elk Grove Teen Center. And as Executive Director of the Elk Grove Teen Center, it's been my pleasure to work with Sophia on many youth-related issues in the past 9 years. She has been instrumental in providing funding, backing, and support for the Teen Center, as well as many other activities and programs that benefit the youth of Elk Grove and our community, such as the Elk Grove Youth Commission and the Cole's Child Spree. Sophia's passion for working and helping our youth stemmed from her own childhood, and that passion remains as strong and committed today as it did then. Because of the many boards and committees that Sophia has sat upon and been on over the years, including her tenure as a city council member for the city of Elk Grove, along with her knowledge and concerns of the needs of our community and youth and their educational needs, I feel that Sophia would make a great and positive addition to the Elk Grove Unified School District Board of Trustees. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next candidate is Greg Stinson. I don't have any current speakers signed up. Is there anyone in the audience? Seeing none, we are moving on to Todd Watson. I have Ron Eggert.
Good evening, Board. I'm a long-term employee of this district. I worked since 1983. I work at Calvine High School. My main concern about this appointee is that this person be the person that looks to the future, someone who helps our students reach hold of technology, go forward. Todd Watson is the man I'm talking about. He works with Junior Achievement. I've worked with Junior Achievement for many years. He has made it possible for our students to become more aware of their abilities in business and to get to understand what they have to do to make it in their future. We've had days at AT&T where we've taken job shadow. We've taken kids there. Kids have been hired there. Our children need a look at the new future. And Todd Watson, as a member of the Board of Directors of the Junior Achievement, is a person I think we need on our board to lead us to the future. I would appreciate your appointing him as the board member. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Next speaker, Mark Bear. Yes? Okay.
Thank you for your time, and you did great on the name. Thank you. I'm a dear friend of Todd Watson's. I currently work in law enforcement in this community. I've been working here since 2000, and I met Todd as a fellow teammate on a over 40 soccer team. If you've ever played soccer, it's a very demanding sport, and we became close friends. I know that Todd has made Elk Grove his home to both himself and his family. He's devoted to this community and his kids. He brings his sons out to play soccer with him whenever they get an opportunity to, which is a great opportunity. When Todd asked me if I'd be willing to give some comments about him to the board, I told him I'd be more than happy to. I believe school boards need more members that are that tend to be more involved parents and members of this community rather than people that are just politically active. And I think Todd's that type of person. So if you consider Todd for an appointment, that'd be great. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next candidate is Nancy Chaitis Espinosa, and we have 3 speakers. First one, Kevin Spees.
All right. Good evening, President Singh Allen and trustees. My name is Kevin Spees. I'm an Elk Grove resident, a businessman, a Rotarian, and an Elk Grove planning commissioner. Elk Grove has been my home, Elk Grove has been my hometown for nearly 40 years. As a commissioner, I recognize that you've got 2 tough jobs tonight. One, sitting in one place for an extended period of time, and selecting the best candidate to serve trustee area 6. I recognize that you have some very qualified candidates, and no doubt this is a difficult decision. In my opinion, I'd like a candidate that can explain and understand the budget and funding mechanisms, elaborate the main difficulties facing the district today, and be visibly active in local government. Given these 3 criteria, I'd like to voice my support for Nancy Chaitis Espinosa. Nancy and I fall on different points of the political spectrum, but in my experience with her, she has always worked to build consensus for a decision in the best interest of Elk Grove residents. Please strongly consider appointment of Nancy Chaitis Espinosa.
Thank you, Kevin. Next, we have Goldie Shergill.
Good evening. My name is Goldie Shergill, and I'm the mother of 3 Elk Grove Unified School District students, a former teacher at Valley High School, and I hold a master's degree in education administration. I substitute regularly in our school district and I'm also a former PTO board member. It is my honor to speak to you on behalf of my friend Nancy Chaitis. Nancy has established herself as a tireless volunteer and has impeccable credentials for this position. However, it is her personal integrity and commitment to elevating the community that impresses me. She's committed to ensuring that our most disadvantaged students have opportunity, equality of opportunity, regardless of income, ethnicity, or disability. Nancy is a daughter of immigrants and understands the challenges faced by students in our diverse community. Nancy overcame every obstacle to achieve a Harvard education and an impressive career with the state of California. I'm proud to call Nancy Chaitis my friend and know that our community will be proud to have her represent us on the school board. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shergill. Next, we have John Shook.
Madam President, School Board Trustees, my name is John Shook. I'm the president of the Elk Grove Regional Scholarship Foundation, as well as the managing broker for Lion Real Estate here in Elk Grove. So I have 2 reasons to make sure that this board is run the way it needs to be run and this school district is. Because first of all, for my passion for the kids in this area, and second of all, it makes our business easy to sell real estate when we have a great school district like we do. So I'm supporting Nancy Chaitis Espinosa. My passion for the youth in this community has been shown through the organizations that I've belonged to. I've been president of the Neighborhood Accountability Board, the Regional Scholarship Foundation, district chair for Boy Scouts, Elk Grove Optimist president 3 times. So I support the youth in this area, and I see that Nancy does too. I've worked with Nancy on several occasions to organizations and fundraising supports, and I see where her heart is. Her heart is in this community and these children. And it's also what she can do is she sees the board also as a business, and she's the person that can handle it like a business needs to be run and run this school board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shook. Our final candidate is Ms. Luana Montgomery. I don't have any speakers signed up. Is there anyone in the audience? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to move on now to bargaining units. Would any of our bargaining units members like to speak? Welcome, Maggie.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Okay, Mr. Forcina needs 1 second. Or 4, or 3.
Yeah, right.
I wish I had one of those in my classroom. Maggie Ellis, President of Elk Grove Education Association. This is the second appointment process that I have been through as the president, and I appreciate the board's giving the bargaining units an opportunity to speak in this process. That is a new thing. A lot has changed between the time of the first appointment and this appointment. I think board members of the past, as one of the members of the public had stated, it's a new requirement on a board to be highly knowledgeable about education, about policy, about budgets. As we went through the interview process tonight, it was very clear that many, many people, every single one of them, are committed to our students in our district and the community. There is no doubt, and I have no doubt that they will continue to be just as dedicated. But as the questions got harder, I think there were individuals who demonstrated more knowledge about school budgets, about LCFF, about LCAP, about the mission of this district, a vision for this district, understanding the details that would help get a full board up and running immediately. And that's what we need, particularly as we approach some deadlines. I don't envy you. And as you know, the association has always seen this board. It's not a political board. It's not about party lines. It's about the students. And everyone who interviewed tonight, I know, has that at heart. But I think you know that there are a few people that rise to the top. We look forward to working with anybody who is appointed. And we look forward to having a full board. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Would any other members of the bargaining unit? Yes, great. Mary Deutsch with CSEA.
My 13th hour, so my eyes are getting blurry. Go ahead and pass that out.
We have visual.
We have a visual aid for you.
Oh, okay.
There's a poem that we want to actually recite because I think it actually pertains to all our candidates, and we're very appreciative that they came forward with their willingness to serve for our Elk Grove community. And then some. There are 3 little words in the secret of success. There's a difference between the average people and the top people in our companies. The top people always are expected to what they're supposed to do, and then some. They are thoughtful to others and considerate and kind, and then some. They meet their responsibilities fairly and squarely, and then some. They are good friends and helpful neighbors, and then some. They are counted on in emergencies, and then some. And thankful for these people because they make our world a better place. Their spirit of service is summed up in these 3 words, and then some. I think that was reflective of all the candidates that came forward today. We are very appreciative as a labor unit with our budding labor units to have that opportunity. 2 candidates did stand out for us, and then some. Their backgrounds were strong in finance, policy. They were exceptional in speaking, in both recognizing labor and administration, their knowledge of E4 to our district, and then some. Both possessed intelligence, sincerity, collaboration, and vision, and then some. We want to make sure that when you are looking, you're looking at the and then some, because that's what's going to be important for anyone in education, whether you're a paraeducator, bus driver, secretary, teacher, superintendent, board trustee. If you are in education, our students will always come first and then some. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Deutsch. And I have Jennifer Ballerini with AFSCME.
Good evening, and I want to thank you guys for including everyone here in the decision tonight. I realize it is your final decision, but I really think it was a wonderful, transparent process, and I appreciate you including us in that as much as possible. And I also wanted to kind of do a shout out to the Elk Grove Citizen for their interviews of the candidates that really helped me get a good grasp on who these people were from the very beginning before I even got here tonight. And then it helped me just kind of sort through it. I really do appreciate it, and we look forward to working with whoever you guys pick. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Ballerini. Okay, that concludes the bargaining unit public comment period. We're going to move on to general public comment, and we have a number of speakers here. We have expanded, as I stated earlier, from the 30-second to 1 minute. So please observe the 1 minute rule. First speaker, and again, if I mispronounce your name, I apologize. Sultan Mahmoud. Yes? Okay.
Hi, good evening, respected members of the Elk Grove Unified School District, for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm here for Mr. Munir Khan, and I've been serving in this district. And I'm here to tell that Mr. Munir Khan has several capabilities. He has experience of working from very low-level staff to very high-level staff. He has experience in education, finance, and working with different groups of people, which makes him impeccable for this position. And particularly the background he has, that he belongs to that group where people who are not able to sign their names, he was raised in that home, and then he got education, and then he went up. So he is much dedicated towards students, youth. So I think if he's going to be a good candidate and working for paraeducators, teachers, administrative staff, but he focuses on students and the youth. And in my opinion, I think he will be a good candidate. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, Sandra Kane.
Good evening. I'm here to support Munir Khan. I know that he has 4 wonderful children in this district. There's no one better for the job at hand. He is for the kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Thomas Gonzalez.
Good evening. I'm here to support Munir Khan. He has the 4 kids in this district. He's involved. He's very active. He's a very smart man. And I know he can do some good for this district. Support Munir Khan. Munir Khan.
Next speaker, we have Bari Munir.
Good evening, board members and everybody here. I just wanted to say that I am a Franklin High School student, and I've been going to school in this community my entire life, and because of that, I know all the problems that we students face every day, the hundreds of problems that we have. I don't feel like there's anybody more capable of tackling these problems head-on than Munir Khan. His determination, his drive are all that we need in this community and that this board needs. Thank you.
Thank you. If we can hold the applause out of respect for all of the candidates, that would be great. Thank you. Next speaker is Wajahat Khan. No? No? Okay. Next speaker, we have Mohammed Akhtar.
Hello, everyone. I am Mohammed Akhtar. My PhD is in soil chemistry and statistics. I am a state employee and also I teach at University of Phoenix. I'm here to support Munir Khan. Why? Because he is very energetic. He has so many qualities, but he is very energetic. He is always for focused and better education for his kids, for my kids, and most importantly, for our kids. So I can assure you, if you appoint Munir Khan for this board member, you shall never regret. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Kelsey Soto.
Good evening. My name is Kelsey Soto, and I'm here to support Munir Khan in running for the School Board of Trustee position for District 6. Munir Khan was my first employer about 7.5 years ago at Togo's in West Sacramento. He gave me a great opportunity to work while pursuing my educational and career goals, which meant a great deal of accommodation with numerous schedule changes. He always supported and encouraged education as well as sports, in which he also supported scheduling needs to accommodate me. During my time working for him, he was also open to holding fundraisers, which included fundraising for local sports teams. He is a selfless individual who has always given back to the community and would make a great member of the School Board of Trustees. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Jerry Torreser. I think that's how you say it. Yes.
Good evening, Board. My name is Jerry Torser. I work with Munir Khan for several years in the state of California, Employment Development Department, and I'm urging to be the best candidate for this position because he has the quality for a good and excellent customer service. And first of all, he's already serving in the public as a tax auditor. So he has all the qualities to serve more and in the community for our children and families. He works so hard. He also the owner of a business, and he got a passionate for education and helping these kids. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, Gary Palmer.
Good evening, Board, and thank you for letting me speak. I'm here to speak on behalf of Sophia Sherman. Known Sophia since the early 90s, back when she ran a business in town, helped us on some issues, get a baseball team to a national tournament, and I followed her career. Although I can't vote in Elk Grove, we do everything we do in Elk Grove. I live a little north of the county, of the Elk Grove line. Followed her actions through CSD, Chamber of Commerce. She worked obviously hard to get the city incorporated and worked very hard on the initial city council. So Sophia has that passion when she gets involved in things to drive them, get things done, doesn't take no for an answer, and her commitment has always, I feel like, been around the Elk Grove area. If you know Sophia very much, you know all the things she's involved in, and I think that's something that every board needs, and a board like yours would certainly benefit from someone who gets in, figures out what needs to be done, and gets it done. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Olga Beatty.
Well, hello, school board. I'm Olga Beatty, and I've lived in Elk Grove for 68 years. I became very attached to the Elk Grove School District because my mother-in-law graduated in 1908 from the Elk Grove High School. My husband graduated in 1930s. My 4 children all went through the Elk Grove School District in the 50s and 60s. I got so engrossed I ran for the school board and was the first woman elected to the school board. Then
You can applaud for that.
and then I ended up teaching at Joseph Kerr and loved it. But when I met Nancy, I was so impressed with her knowledge of our district and the school that I became a very strong supporter. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker is Julio Cesar Gonzalez.
Good evening. My name is Julio Cesar Adolfo Gonzalez. I'm a business owner, a small business owner, and a community volunteer. Amongst these activities, I'm the Vice President of United Latinos. I'm a resident of the district, and I have voted for at least 3 of you on this board. So that was my pleasure. On behalf of Nancy Chairez, Nancy has the governmental and educational experience to be qualified for the assignment. Nancy's history of community involvement also allows her to have that special focus on high-needs students. Included amongst these are English learners, migrant children, and other underprivileged children. A key focus, however, is that Nancy's journey has been that of the migrant child, which is so American and so typical. And key to our society is education, and Nancy is best fitted to understand the struggles and how an education will uplift persons and families. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kirtland Stout.
Madam President, members of the board, 2 years ago I stood here at this lectern as a candidate for the board seat that is under consideration again tonight. And so I think I have a sense of what's going on. I have looked closely at the school district for a long time, and you may start the clock any time here for me.
Thanks, Gerald.
Or otherwise I'd have a great amount of time here. I also know several of the candidates that you have interviewed tonight. I'd like to stand and voice my support for Sophia Sherman tonight. I've known Sophia and her husband Lee for the last 13 plus years, 13 and a half, maybe 14 years. She is a dedicated public servant, and there is no question that that is her record, and a tireless volunteer. 12 plus years on the city council, 2 terms as the mayor. She has a comprehensive understanding of city and county and regional issues. She has connections that few people can match. She pulled herself up by her own bootstraps from a poor Hispanic household and has really made something of herself. And she is passionate about public service, but perhaps greatest of all, she has at least 50 hours a week to give to this position. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Andres Ramos.
Good evening. Andres Ramos, community member, and also served on the District Finance Committee for the past 2 years. And so I've actually been here since about 3 p.m., and I've been taking notes for every single interview, all 12 of them, so my hand's a little sore. I've been trying to get as much information as I can about every single candidate to give you my perspective. And I think there are 2 candidates that really rise to the top. It was clear to me. Nicole Munoz Murillo and Nancy Chairez Espinoza. But tonight I'm going to voice my support for Nancy Chairez because I think, as I think Mary Deutsch said, she's the one that has, and then something more. I think both the candidates demonstrate a strong, deep understanding of education policy, which is something that's critical, particularly at this point in education with a lot of changes coming this way. But I think in addition to that, I think Nancy really demonstrates an understanding of Elk Grove Unified's particular needs and really the community's particular needs. So I think it's really the intersection of both the local and the larger state policy considerations that I think make Nancy supremely qualified for this position. Thank you.
Thank you, Andres. Next speaker is Osvaldo Valdez. I'm sure there's a test at the end on my pronunciation. Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hello, my name is Osvaldo Valdez, and I'm here on behalf of Munir Khan for School Board. Munir Khan has helped me further my education at Sacramento City College, knowing that he is passionate for education. Munir Khan employed me in his business because he cared about my education. Before becoming employed, I had difficulty affording the supplies and textbooks required for my courses. But now I'm able to continue my education and pursue my goals for the future. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, young man. Next, we have Katie Meyer.
Good evening. My name is Katie Meyer, and I'm speaking on behalf of Nicole Munoz Murillo. Nicole has been a close friend of mine for the last 7 years. She is not only intelligent and wise, but also humble and compassionate, and she truly cares about the welfare of others. As you know, she earned a master's degree in public policy, and her entire professional career has been dedicated to public education. I believe she would be a valuable asset to the Elk Grove School Board because of her direct experience, personality, and her vested interest in this school district through her 2 children. My 5-year-old son will be attending kindergarten in the fall, and it would be a great comfort to know that Nicole is on the board overseeing his education. I enthusiastically support Nicole Munoz Murillo. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Hodge? Or is it Michelle? Okay. Since I see a female standing, I'm assuming it's Michelle. See the spelling.
I have a friend that's a Michael.
Hello, my name's Michaela Hodge.
Oh, either. Boy, did I get that one wrong.
No problem. I get it a
I
lot.
thought A was your middle initial.
Yeah. I'm here on behalf of Munir Khan. I am currently a senior at River City High School, and Munir has given me a great opportunity as a high school student in search of my first job. While working for Munir's business, he has made sure that work does not interfere with school and goes great lengths to make sure current high school students that work for his business excel in education. The job that he has given me has helped me understand responsibilities and matters that have given me a head start in my life preparing for college. I am greatly honored to have been given such a great opportunity to have Munir help me excel, and I feel that he will greatly impact this community in a great way if elected for school board. Thank you.
Thank you, Michaela. Next speaker is Kendra Tao.
Good evening, Board President Singh Allen and members of the board. My name is Kendra Tao, and I am the Executive Director for the Hmong Women's Heritage Association. We are a community-based organization that has been providing services to families in the greater Sacramento for over 20 years. We also work with students and parents from Elk Grove schools to keep students in schools and increase access to higher education. Through our partnership with Elk Grove Unified through Project GROW, we have also worked with the school district together to increase cultural competency in the staffs and administrators of this district. We are here tonight to support Lance Fang for Board of Trustee for Area 6. While the data overall says that Asian students are performing well, I want to bring it to your attention that once we disaggregate this data set, we will find that many Southeast Asian students are just as struggling as the Latino and African American students, if not worse. Tonight is an important night for Elk Grove Unified, as the board will have an opportunity to select a candidate to fill the seat for Area 6. If we as a community want to target the achievement gap and move our district forward, it is important that we get all community representation involved. As a community partner, we urge the Board of Trustees to select a candidate that will have the capability and relationship to reach out to the Southeast Asian communities, which is why we support Lance Sping for Board of Trustees. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Omar El Khayat.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Munir Khan. I've been a resident of Elk Grove for the last 25 years, and all three of my kids went to Elk Grove schools. By profession, I'm an engineer, but I'm also the center director of the Mass Community and Youth Center. This is where I've met Munir and his family and got to witness his passion for our youth and for our education as well. But passion is not enough if it is not matched by commitment and the energy and the time to put to achieve the task that you want to achieve. So, and he's the kind of person who is really self-motivated. Doesn't need to be reminded or pushed. To the contrary, he's always the one who's pushing others and helping others to achieve the task we need. On the other hand, when we have meetings and teams, he's also a team member and like a key player. So I'm confident that he will be really an excellent trustee for your board. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker is, I think it says Mazel Avina. It looks like a Z. I know I butchered it, I can tell.
It's hard with the letters.
Yeah.
Good evening, Madam President and trustees. My name is Mazzeli Avina, and I am here to voice my support for Nancy Chidas. I am a Monterey Trail High School senior, top 10 in my graduating class, and I interned for Nancy Chidas over the summer. It was great, and I learned that she's a really genuine and sincere person. She really sees the potential in high schoolers, and I was her only high school intern, and even though I didn't have experience, she taught me, and she had patience with me, and was always just, every decision she made, she thought about it, and she was very confident in what she did. And I know that when she's on the school board, if you make the correct decision of appointing her, that's how she'll get decisions done. She'll make sure that everything is for the good of the students. So, thank you.
Thank you, Miss. Next speaker, Wei Ming Xiong. No? Okay. Next speaker is Chao Yang.
Hello, my name's Chao Yang, and I'm here to support Manera Khan. I have a daughter who attends Elk Grove School District, and Manera has always been very supportive of youth education and very active in the community. So I believe Manera is a great candidate. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Rizwan Ahmad.
Hi, I'm here to voice my support for Munir Khan. I just want to, reiterate what's been said before about him. I worked with him for many years, and I know that he definitely is very passionate about the community and securing the future for children around here. And I think he would make a wonderful board member. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have about 4 public comments left. If there is anybody who still wishes to speak, please submit a blue card. Our next speaker is Karen Winslow.
Good evening. My name is Karen Winslow, and I am a teacher at Kissimmee-Oaks High School. I had the pleasure of meeting Nicole Munoz Murillo 6 years ago when her husband Alejandro came to join our staff at Kissimmee-Oaks. Since I met Nicole, I've been impressed with her ability to balance work and family. Nicole is warm, friendly, and approachable. She's intelligent. Nicole is one of those people that will listen to you and is respectful of opinions that are different from her own. While there may be some that are interested in this position because they want to add to the depth and breadth of their own experience, I'm confident that Nicole's motivation is truly her desire to use her professional background to benefit our schools. I've been fortunate to be a part of Elk Grove Unified as a parent, as a volunteer, and as a teacher for the past 16 years. And I've witnessed and been personally affected by decisions made by the board. I believe that Nicole's personal qualifications, her, oh, okay, all right.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Tariq Allen, I think it's Bruno.
Hello. My name is Tariq Allen Bruno. I'm a resident of Elk Grove in the Stone Lake community. I'm a father of 3, my oldest of whom is a kindergartner at Elliott Ranch. He's just completing his first year, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the candidate George Brown. I could give you all a laundry list of the reasons why George Brown would be qualified to join you as a trustee. You may or may not remember those. What I'm going to tell you here is that I've found that school board tends to be a launching pad for most people for a larger political career. It seems to be an ends to a mean. This is the exact opposite for George Brown. At no point during the time that I've known him or I've talked to him has he mentioned school board as an opportunity for something greater. He doesn't view our kids as a means to an end. He views them as an end unto themselves. And our children should never be a means to an end. And I think the most important thing that George Brown can offer this board is commitment. The most important thing that he can offer our children is commitment. I support him wholeheartedly. My family supports him wholeheartedly. We all should support him. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tyrone Netters.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board. My name is Tyrone Netters, and I'm here on the behalf to speak for George Brown. First of all, I want to speak as a parent who had 2 sons that graduated at Elk Grove School District, one that went to Mary Tsukamoto in Sheldon and Laguna. And then I've had the privilege of working with George over the past 4 years. I want to say about him that I found him to have an incredibly strong work ethic. I found him to be compassionate. I found him to understand policy analysis. I also found him to understand best practices. I found him to be diligent in the work, and I found him to know that the tasks in front of you are not always easy. And so I want to say that as a board member, I think he would be a tremendous contribution to the Elk Grove School District. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Our final speaker is Jessica Brown.
Hello, good evening. My name is Jessica Brown, and I'm George Brown's wife. I'm here in support of him, along with his children. I can tell you that George is a wonderful husband and a great dad, and not only is he invested in committing to his children, but also the children of the community. He's very involved in school, as well as in church and in the community as well. And he will be a wonderful choice candidate. He will be a wonderful choice for this job. Thank you.
Thank you. It looks like we have one more public comment. Oh, goodness. Let's see. I'm going to try my best. Kondaker Alaman. Please correct me, because I know that's wrong.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Khankar Alam. I'm here to support Mr. Munir Khan. I know him for several years. He is very capable, he is very dignity, and he's very efficient in his work. I believe if you evaluate the dignity, experience, and the professionalism, he would be the first one in your selection. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Last call for public comment. All right, I have no more blue cards, so this concludes our public comment period. And I want to thank all of you for providing invaluable input for all of us here to take into consideration. I think it was tremendous for you, for those that stuck around all day, and then for those of you that came here to lend support for your respective candidate. Now becomes the very difficult decision for us here on the board. We're going to be beginning the deliberation process, but I'm going to give my colleagues about 2 to 3 minutes to sort of gather their thoughts and complete their notes before we begin the deliberation process. I will review really quickly the deliberation process. I have asked each board member to discuss his or her top 3 candidates in no particular order and identify their strengths and their weaknesses. After a full discussion by all board members present, a board member at that point can make a motion. So we'll take a couple of minutes break here for the board here to finish up their notes. Thank you again for your continued patience. Yeah. All right, we're going to start in 1 minute. You need more time? A very long 1 minute.
What? I don't like this. No.
Okay, if I can ask the audience to go ahead and please take a seat so we can begin the deliberations. And I'm going to reiterate how the next sort of step is going to take place, what that's going to look like. And I'm going to read the last statement I made just prior to our short break, and that is, I'm going to have the board members discuss their top 3 candidates. They can identify their strengths, and if they want, they can identify a weakness, but it is at their discretion. But we are looking for them in no particular order who their top 3 candidates are. After a full discussion, and a full discussion is when every board member has spoken, at that time we can entertain a motion. The motion needs to look like, basically, after a full discussion by the board members are present, a board member can state, I move the name of the candidate to the provisional board vacancy. If the motion is seconded, a roll call vote will be taken. If a majority of the board votes in favor of that candidate will be appointed and the candidate will be sworn in by either the board president or the superintendent. Let us begin our deliberations. First up is Mr. Chet Madison.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. It's been a long day for a lot of us here, and you have made our jobs extremely difficult, to say the least. I just want to point out, too, that I hope after the outcome of this tonight that all the candidates will come back in 2016 and run for that position. Even after this appointment tonight. So I want to really, really stress that point, not just this appointment for 24 months and go away. I think if you're very, very interested and very sincere, you need to come back and not just let the 24 months go by its side here. With that, really in no kind of order, the 3 candidates that I have, I think they were all strong. Mr. Brown, I think, seems to be a very, very extreme involvement with this community. I think his heart and his passion to be a long-term board member is right on there. The details will come. I think he seems like he really wants to learn a lot and do what's right for the kids in this district, and he impressed me of not having any aspirations of going somewhere else at a higher level. Another candidate that was impressed with me is Munir Khan. I think just listening to the students in this district, it's pretty evident that he has been involved a lot with the children of this district and the community. Another very, very strong candidate that was impressive to me. Again, some of the details, I feel that he has the capacity to pick up on that and take the ball running from there. The other candidate that really impressed me a lot, too, somebody I hadn't seen in 2 years, was Mr. Rambo. I was just amazed at his growth. He impressed me how he kept up on the district, the continued effort to not let it go by the wayside, involved with his children. I just saw just tremendous growth in this young man, and I think he's a type of board member who will stay on this board for many, many years as well, too. So, in conclusion, I think the 3 of them, for me, are good candidates, along with all the rest of them that were out there. And I just want to stress that 24 months goes by pretty quick, and we'll see who really want to come back and have this long-term run. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Madison. Ms. Albiani?
I agree. This is almost a painful process. It is so impressive who has been here tonight, and I am so inspired with the leaders in our community and the things that you have done for our children. And I hope no matter what the outcome is, that will not affect how you are so involved with our community, and that you are open to other ways to serve our district. There are committees, there are other opportunities to become involved, learn more, and as Mr. Mattson said, to run again if this does not end up going as you would like this year. So I also encourage that. I was very impressed. 3 people, well, about 5 people came to the top, and I've come to 3 I would like to recommend. The first being Nicole Munoz Murillo. I think she has her CSBA background, could be of a great asset to our board. She has an understanding of the role of a board member. She has connections to higher education, policy, and education policy, plus a practice in education policy, and an obvious commitment to a diverse student population that we serve. I also am very interested in Nancy Cheras Espinoza. She has demonstrated an understanding of the current district and programs, the issues. She has also shown experience with diverse students and helping students, and has an education background. And my last was Jake Rambo. I think he has a unique set of qualifications as being part of the board in the past. I appreciated that when he was here, he took a look at all parts of the district. We are more than, while teachers and classrooms are the highlight, it takes an entire crew to make this work. It's not one piece. And he's spent time with the bus stations and spent time knowing a lot of the parts of the district. And I appreciate what he said about learning from an election and his new attitude towards being a team member. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Albiani, and we will go to Dr. Martinez-Aleri.
Hi again. I'd like to, second what some of my colleagues up here said, and thanking everybody going through this process and being here. That community voice is really important as well. Again, I believe all the candidates brought these qualifications here tonight, and for us it's a tough decision to make. We have to think of the best interests of the children within our Elk Grove Unified School District, as well as a lot of other factors here. For me, there were some people that stood out to me. The person that stood out to me was Nicole Munoz Murillo. Again, her background in public policy and numerous other things from CSBA, and again, just the budget. She went over the LCFF, LCAP, and that information as well. Again, I have to agree with my colleagues in saying another candidate's name, which would be Jake Rambo. Again, his dedication, his community involvement. Again, he highlighted in the information presented to us. Again, he volunteered for about 300 to 400 hours, and so that's additional information of the school site support. And I know he was previously in the appointment, but again, I'm considering all factors. And the last one for me is a tough decision. I think, looking forward, I'm just trying to think of other people to give new opportunities for within the school district. And so again, I really did like what Marlon had to say, Marlon Hill, because he did provide his volunteer, his school site support events, and then also how he participated in the 504 meetings and school engagement. A lot of what the candidates said tonight in the interview was not displayed. Again, we have their full packets of information with their cover letters and their resumes, and those were some of the things that highlighted that stood out to me as well. So again, it was tough to make a 3 decision because there's another one up there potential, but again, I have to go forth with what's presented here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Martinez-Aleri. Tony Perez.
I'm going to stand up because I've been sitting down all day, and I think this is going to be one of our most important decisions of this whole academic year, and possibly the whole 4 years of this terms. It's the future of Elk Grove. It's the future of California. And I want to start off my speech or talk with thanking Elk Grove citizens and the Sacramento Bee for doing our outreach and educating our community and exposing our community of all these individuals that are great, who came to the plate. That's your civic duty. And I'm very proud of all you that came forward and spoke on behalf of what you stand for. I like a lot of these candidates. But what we need right now as a board member who can start on second, third base. We have 2 years left, and there's a lot of issues that we have to deal with. You heard them all today. I don't have to repeat them. But three of the candidates there's 2 candidates that know this very well. And Nancy Chaidas Espinosa, who I know personally because of the fact she's in the education arena at the state level, federal level, and the community level. She's been around, as you know, she ran for city council, and she was not very successful. Now that we have an opening, I think she's an excellent candidate. She's very modest. A lot of people don't know that she was requested by our superintendent of education, Tom Turkelson, to do a project for the Department of Education in the migrant education arena to turn this project around. She went there and turned it around. She's very astute regarding the federal budget issues, state tax issues, policies, legislative issues, all the way around. Another individual, here's another good point about Miss Nancy Chaidas. You're not aware of this, but in her resume and her background, she worked on a bond issue in 2002. We are going to have to work on this bond issue for facility development. So that's why I think that she is an excellent candidate. She knows how to do that process. Nobody except Mr. Forcina knows how to do that because he's a master of everything within this education arena. But yet we need another individual on this board to do that. My other individual was Nancy Munoz Murillo, another individual who worked for the California School Board Association, who has excellent background in regarding California, regarding state, federal relations, financing, policy, and has a passion for diversity and for education success. She knows the system in and out from K to 12 and also at the higher level of education. She also worked in a program called PIQUE, which stands for Parent and Institute for Quality Education. That is a big issue that I have as a board member. We need to educate our parents. You talk about poverty and the poverty cycle. We have to train parents how to be good parents and get out of that poverty cycle, how to budget. And we need that person. We need a strong parent community person. She knows that arena. And also the last person, Mr. Khan. He is a very passionate individual. I like him. He's out there doing it right now. On his own initiative, he does not have that particular board or particular position, but yet he's out there hustling $750,000 for a community service for children within our community. He knows those contacts. And that would be very helpful. He knows the business community. And like I said, all these 3 individuals were my top choices. And these other individuals that didn't make my first 3, they will be around sometime. They will come back and step up to the plate. And I'm very proud of those individuals that did that today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. Next, we have Carmen Forcina.
Thank you, Ms. Singh Allen. First of all, I do want to reiterate the words we've already heard from others that I think it was absolutely exciting that so many citizens came forward to show an interest in being a part of the Board of Education. I don't think there's anything perhaps more important that one can say about themselves other than they're passionate about providing quality educational programs for children. And we heard that today, from really everyone. We happen to sit, however, at a point in time when we have some very good choices. Everyone spoke to their passion, everyone spoke to their energy, everyone spoke to their dedication, and those are strong points. But we're at a point in time with LCFF, with LCAP, with facilities, with looking at bond issues, and I could go on and on and on. And we are, I would say, graced right now with the opportunity of having people who not only have the passion and the desire to serve, but who also bring with them the knowledge about the educational policies and issues that we're faced with today. And this Board of Education, as it continues to lead this great district into the coming years, needs to ensure that it has people who are prepared to speak to the issues. Not a negative to the people who don't have the same level of information, but I don't believe we're in a position that we want to lose time if we have a choice, and I believe we have a choice. So with that, the people I recommend first would be Nancy Chiras Espinoza. She has the broad background that cuts across every aspect of what we do: policy, facilities, program, budget, has direct experiences as a teacher, working with low socioeconomic groups, working migrant, working Head Start. Brings with her that level of advocacy for all of the needs that we have that I do believe would serve our board well. The second person I would recommend would be Mr. Jake Rambo. I listened very closely. I certainly read all of Mr. Rambo's papers, but I listened very closely to what he said. And I believe that based on his responses, he also brings to the table an understanding of what the issues are, and based on experiences could provide immediate support to the board as we move through the issues we have. The third person I recommend, being very honest, I struggled because of looking at those issues again of passion, but it was influenced by the issue of knowledge. And so my third person would be Nicole Munoz Murillo. And I say that because, once again, in Ms. Munoz Murillo, we look at somebody who has the broad-based knowledge of what the state has gone through to bring it to this point, and what the vision is to bring it forward. So at this point, those would be my three candidates.
Okay, thank you for that, and now it's my turn. It's always, it's either a blessing or not a blessing to go last. You have the benefit of hearing all of the choices and knowing full well that perhaps your choices can make a difference in terms of who's perceived more popular. I want to review sort of the criteria I use to evaluate every single candidate. One of the things I looked at was their unique quality, their professional background. Did they add something unique to the board makeup? Because I also believe in diversity of professional experience, so we can really benefit from various points of view. The next thing I looked at was their level of community engagement and volunteering. For me, it's very important to see what have you done in our community, the history, not so much promises, but what you have actually done that's measurable. The next criteria I used was the level of engagement in schools and with our youth. What was also important to me is whether or not you had children in the district. I also weighed in the overall strengths and any perceived weaknesses that might occur. I also want to thank the Elk Grove Citizen because that really was very, very thorough in terms of the questions and the opportunity that each candidate had to respond. And really, it was a lot of those questions and the interview, for me, that was the most compelling, were those two components, in addition to the board application packet. But your coverage was tremendous in providing that additional information that we did not have the benefit because we did not have the opportunity to have a public forum. So I want to thank you, Mr. Herberger, for providing us with the additional tools and resources.
Cameron McDonald.
And Cameron, who did all of the interviews, your paper, his content. Thank you both. So specifically within the three questions that were posed in the Elk Grove Citizen, I thought were very compelling and what I really paid attention to. And that was, what can be done to close the achievement gap, improving employee union and administrative relations, and then your vision for the district. Those are three very important things to consider for filling this vacancy. Are your commitment to the kids in the district? Very, very important, because again, this is a colleague that we're going to be serving with for the next 2 years. I want to know that the candidate or candidates are committed to not only EGUSD, but the nearly 63,000 students that we represent. The interviews were very compelling, and I learned a lot about the candidates that I did not already know. And I want to thank you, the public, for providing that additional component that I think was necessary in helping us decide with a very difficult decision that we all have. Rather than highlighting all of the strengths, there's just so many that's already covered. So I will just identify 3 candidates that rose to the top of my list that I think provide valuable strength in addition to the board. Nancy Chaitis Espinosa is one of my candidates that I think would be an incredible addition to the board. My next candidate that I selected was Lance Fang. I think that he has an incredible story and something that our student population can relate to. So he was my second pick. Not in that order, I'm just going over my 3. And last but not least is somebody who has been around and can hit the ground running as well, is Mr. Jake Rambo. So my 3 candidates that I am recommending are Nancy Chaitis Espinosa, Lance Fang, and Jake Rambo. And at this time, I would like to review the tally with the board so we can begin the next level of either deliberation or a motion. As it stands right now, we have 5 votes in support of Mr. Jake Rambo. We have a tie for second place for Nancy Chaitis Espinosa and Nicole Munoz Murillo. I will open it up for further discussion. Mr.
I don't have any details or any further discussion in detail, except that I think you're very clear on the criteria, Madam President, that I had the listing of the criteria as well, particularly the professional, the background, and the community engagement is very, very large with me. You got to get out there. You got to know what's going on in this district. It's a huge district, and it's a district that we don't concentrate in just one area. I think all 6 of us up here, we go all around the district, 320 square miles that we travel throughout the year in trying to learn the needs of children throughout the district. So for me, that's very, very important. And second is the consistency. I'll be quite frank, I want to see somebody, when I get off this board, I want to see them still on this board one day when I retire. And it means a lot. I have a lot of grandchildren in this district, and I want to see a good board member to support them. And again, the ones that are not at the top I want to see them back running for that seat in 2016. I think I mentioned my candidates already. All my colleagues mentioned theirs. I think we're kind of in the same ballpark in that ring right now. So with that, we're not having a motion yet.
We
do
can.
Okay.
Per the rules, every board member has spoken and has identified their top three. So we can open up the floor and entertain motions at this
Chairman,
time,
while-
per the rules.
Okay, while-
Mr. Madison, I think, is still speaking.
Yeah, and while I have the seat right now, the chair, I'll just go ahead and I would like to nominate Jake Rambo. I think I haven't seen him in 2 years, and I just saw a man that just grew tremendously and learning the mistakes that he has made from his first go-around when he was appointed. And I think he's just going to help this district. We need help now, and I think he can probably come on board and take the ball and go in the right direction with it. So I think he'll be a wonderful candidate for us. Thank you.
We have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'd like to second that.
We have a motion and a second to move Jake Rambo to the provisional board vacancy. Before we take roll call, I will have discussion.
Did you have something you want to say first? Go ahead. No, go ahead. I'll talk after.
Well, we heard already this evening that regardless, she was not picked, she is going to run. And she is committed a long-term,
Who is she?
Ms. Nancy Chidas Espinosa. And that, okay, yes, but that is an issue that's going to affect Rambo's vote and why I would not support that issue. Because you would have him temporary for 2 years, and then he's going to be running against a strong candidate, and he most likely, I would think, that he would lose. I can't say that for sure, but you would have a strong candidate, and I think again that he's not as strong as Nancy, and that presents a problem with me. He does not have bond issue experience. He does not have level or experience working at the federal, state, and the city school district level, or legislation. You know, I think Nancy Chidas Espinosa is the #1 choice for Elk Grove Unified School District.
Thank you. Any more discussion before we take a roll call?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Fortuna.
Yeah, I have one thing, and it's difficult to say, but it's important, I suppose, to put everything on the table. We're charged with an awesome responsibility tonight in terms of selecting a provisional appointment for the board position in lieu of an election. As we vote, I think it's good to note that I had recommended as one of the candidates Mr. Rambo. But I think it's also important to note that 2 years ago, the voters had an opportunity to select Mr. Rambo, and they chose not to. And do we, as a 6-member board, ignore the voters and override an action that they took 2 years ago by going in on an appointment? So that causes a problem for me.
Any further discussion on this?
Yeah, I'd like to speak on that. I think life is such that we all go through a lot of hurdles and trials and tribulations. When one loses an election, oftentimes they can come back very strong. So as the voters spoke years past, that's very true. But we're in the year 2013 right now. And I think whatever candidate we have, the true testimony is what he or she is going to do in this 24 months right now. And the public will see that, to see the results of what that individual does.
Thank you. Ms. Albiani, you have further
Yes.
comments? Yes, go ahead.
This does not, I don't know if it's the appropriate time, as it does not speak directly to Mr. Rambo. But as we looked at this group, we came from 12 to 3, basically, and to a motion. And I feel like there has been a gap in discussion on choosing that motion. And I would not be comfortable casting a vote at this point, and I am not sure what the normal process is, but at this point feel uncomfortable with it. And I don't know if I could suggest choosing 2 at this point, everybody choosing 2, and we see what rises to the top again, as there are 5
But we
votes
can take
sitting
a
out.
substitute motion for
There are
that.
5 votes sitting out that when they get redistributed may make the picture clearer of the total view.
Very good. So let's do the original motion in second, and then where the votes land, we can have a substitute motion. So, Ms. Hine.
Albiani?
No.
Forcina?
No.
Oh, you skipped.
Addison?
Yes.
Allier? Perez?
No.
Singh Allen?
Not at this time.
It's a tie. 4 noes and 2 yeses.
So let's open it up for discussion. Ms. Albiani, you had some thoughts on narrowing the field.
The field has, I would again ask to hear from my fellow board members their choices, please. I don't know, I'm very open to whether it should be 2 or 3 at this point, but there are votes hanging out there that no longer are in play, and to make it more clear, I would think that would be positive.
So, Mr. Madison, you want to go again first and identify your top 2?
Okay, my top 2 will be Mr. Rambo and Mr. Munir Khan.
Ms. Albiani?
Nicole Murillo and Jake Rambo.
Dr. Martinez-O'Leary?
It'd be Nicole Murillo and Jake Rambo.
Mr. Perez?
Nancy and Nicole.
And Mr. Forcina?
Nancy Charis, Espinoza. I haven't said the second one. Nicole Munoz-Marin.
And my 2 have not changed since Mr. Fang is no longer in the running, would be Jake Rambo and Nancy. So our votes now are 1, 2, 3, 4 for Mr. Rambo, 1 for Munir Khan. 1, 2, 3. We have 4 for Nicole, and 3 for Ms. Chires. Ms. Hine? So that's, so the elimination now basically is Mr. Rambo and Ms. Munoz-Marin based on just the math. I have 4 for Nicole, and I have 3 for Nancy. 1, 2, 3, and 4? Is it 4? 1, 2, 3, and 4 for Jake. So we've got 2 tied. So we're.
We can make any motion.
Yep.
Well, then I would move appointment to Ms. Nancy Chavis Espinoza.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Say, what was the totals before? Did I get that wrong? You said 4?
Yeah. So Thank you. We had discussed narrowing the field
Right.
based on the last count, and so we have a tie for for Nicole and for Jake Rambo.
Nicole Murillo?
Yes, Maria Munoz Murillo.
Okay. Okay. And you have 3 for Nancy.
Yes, we have 4 and 4 for 4 for Jake, 4 for Nicole, and 3 for Nancy.
Okay. So we had a motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, Ms. Hine.
Is this for who now?
We have a motion for Nancy,
And the second is for
and we had a second for Nancy from Mr. Perez.
Okay.
Albiani?
No.
Forcina?
Yes.
Madison?
No.
A liar? Perez?
Yes.
Singh Allen?
Yes. So that, don't have enough votes there. We entertain another motion.
May I move for Nicole Munoz Murillo to fill the provisional board seat for Area 6?
I second that.
I'm going to open it up for discussion. Go ahead, Mr. Forcina.
My concern with that nomination, and certainly, you know, she was on my list based on responses to the question. We didn't get into concerns or negatives. My concern is while she has the state level experience, she has no local level experience. And while there certainly is import to having knowledge with respect to the direction the state has taken and is looking at, the quality of having been involved locally is, I believe, an important fact. And it troubles me that we would be looking at the possibility of selecting a board member who has not demonstrated the same level of local involvement as other members have, or other candidates have. So that causes me great concern. So
I would echo those same concerns. When I went through my long list of checklist here, I was very impressed with the professional background, but based on all of the information in the Elk Grove Citizen, in the board application packet, along with the interviews, I did not hear a single reference to any community engagement, which is very important to me. Nonprofits, local civic organizations, and I did not hear a single thing about engagement within either the schools directly. Now, granted, I understand that she has a kindergartner, but there was no reference to engagement within the schools or participation to improve the lives of the district directly or of our youth. So for me, she did not make my list, my top 3 at all, because I think you have so many other candidates that are proven. They have vested hundreds of hours in our community. And so for us to discredit those that have put in so much more, solely based on professional background, which I think is amazing and compelling, but that something more for this board member is a stronger level of community engagement. For me, history of what you've done to improve the lives of the city that I love so much, Elk Grove, is very, very important. And so that is one of the reasons, and I don't want to discredit all the great work that she has done. I think she's incredibly qualified professionally. But since I'm really treating this as something more than just applying for a job, this is also what have you done to make Elk Grove better? And that's very important to me.
Yes,
hold on.
I greatly appreciate your point and agree. I would say that is why we're a whole board, and I appreciate the conversation. It is a point that I sadly admit I must have missed. I think she's an extremely qualified person, and I hope that she does, as her children get involved in the school district, become more involved and would have this opportunity again, as she seems to have an excellent background and disposition for this job.
So are you taking back your
I
motion?
withdraw my motion.
Hey, hold on, I'd start
We still
discussion.
have discussion. Mr. Perez, yes.
I wholeheartedly disagree with you, what you just mentioned, and my fellow board members. This woman has more experience than some of you started when you began on this board. I can't believe that.
Perez, can you please
Yes.
calm down? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm very emotional here because of the fact that I'm looking at her resume, her activities, Sacramento Metro Chamber State Legislative Summit. She's done that. Metro Cap to HAP committee. She's participated on a Cap to Cap WDE committee, co-chaired that. Sacramento State STEM steering committee, dealing with school districts, working as parents, working in our community. Sacramento State Community Engagement Center. How much more can you get? Capital Fellows, those individual fellows mentor our students here in the Sacramento County. Here, I see them in our school districts, Sacramento Unified School District, Twin Cities. I see them all throughout our county. Guardian Scholars.
Are you done, Mr. Perez?
No, I'm not done. I think you need to go back and look at your resume and give her some due process in this process. A big thing also, she knows local control funding format in and out, more so than Ramble does. She knows the LCAP process. She goes around the state of California doing consulting work at all kinds of districts throughout California, giving consultation on policies, K to 12. What more can you need when we need a person up and coming that could go and start this project or sit right next to us and do that? Another issue I have, yes, she's young, she has a new family, but to her presentation, she says, I'm committed. She's going to be here. I know her kids are young, but this woman is going to be here more than she might break some records. Her kids are 2 years old, 2 years old. I think she's very strong in this arena. She, wife of a teacher. What more? She probably worked alongside her husband as a teacher coach. I can't dare you say that she's not involved with our community.
Thank you for your comments. A lot of what you have already described is part of her job responsibilities, and so it is what she is paid to do. And I, again, don't want to discredit all of the hundreds of hours that so many public servants that have put forth out there for the benefit of the community, something that they're not paid to do, but they choose to do because they believe in community service. So please don't misinterpret my comments. I have absolutely no doubt that she is an incredible professional, but there are a number of other candidates that weren't part of my three that have also given back to the community. So community engagement that one is not involved in for their job, to me, is very important. Yes, Dr. Martinez-Aleri.
I just had a question, because I know we had voted on the other two names and made a motion. Is it possible to at least let us go down the line to vote to see a yes or no for Nicole? So that way we at least have an idea where we stand with this, because I think in conjunction, looking at the numbers, Jake Rambo was 4, and then the next in line was Nicole as number 4, and then you took Nancy to a yes vote and it didn't go through. So I'm just wondering, to move forward, is there a way to vote just to see how the board feels overall, yes or no for Nicole?
So yes, thank you, Dr. Martinez-Aleri. The motion actually was withdrawn by Trustee Albiani for the motion. So we actually don't have a standing motion for Nicole. So we'll open it up for another motion.
I'll move that we vote for Nicole Munoz for school board appointee.
I second that.
We have a motion and a second. Ms. Hine.
Albiani,
No.
Fortuna,
No.
Madison,
No.
Alire,
Yes.
Perez,
Yes.
Singh-Allen,
No.
4 noes.
Thank you. All right, any other motions from the floor?
Start over again?
Yeah, we can start back over.
I'll move, nominate Jake Rambo.
We have a motion for Mr. Jake Rambo. Do I have a second? We want some more discussion? I will second. Let's see where it goes.
Albiani?
No.
Fortina?
No.
Madison?
Yes.
Alhier? Perez?
No.
Singh Allen?
Yes? I made the second. I think it's 3 no's.
Aye.
Tie? All right, let's have some more rigorous discussion. This is fun. Democracy in action.
General discussion?
Yes, Mr. Forcina.
Okay. If I quickly go over Ms. Charis Espinosa's comments. In our first question, she talked about stability and its importance, and I thought that was a key issue to hit on. She, along with others, talked about being an active listener, certainly. But one of the things, I think if I've said anything over the last 2 years, I've talked about the importance of marrying your planning with budget, that you align what it is that you hope to accomplish with budget. And that was something that she brought out that, to me, was pretty critical in terms of a board member understanding the relationships between what you propose to do, how you propose to measure the outcome, and how you propose to fund it. And she also talked about the need to hold the leaders accountable. Another, to me, a really strong point. Accountability is such a key issue about asking hard questions. Certainly has the background on facilities and could participate in the discussions that we're going to have when Mr. Pierce comes forward with our master plan and as we prepare for the bond issue, which we will have. And she has a background in bonds development. Also, she not only talked about the equity issue of program, but she's lived the issue of equity being from a migrant family. She knows firsthand what equity means and addressed equity in relationship to achievement gap. One of the things, and I'm sure it's a culmination of her background, and I came from the same background, was the fact that your investment in early education is probably the best investment you're ever going to make, because when you engage the parents at a young age, you equip the parents with the skills they're going to need as their child grows older and matriculates into the system. And she understands the value and addressed the value of early education and parent involvement. And she talked about making the long-term financial commitments. And we've, as a board, have talked about that we have to move away from funding today to look at how we're funding tomorrow and next year and 10 years from now, that there needs to be a plan on the table in which the two are married. Certainly has strong knowledge, and I would expect it, of LCFF and of LCAP, knows what that's all about. But she certainly, to me, came across in the writings and in the speaking tonight as an advocate for all children, and in particular, an advocate for those children that have kind of been on the fringes. Unfortunately, foster care kids, at-risk kids in our community schools. Tremendous policy knowledge, tremendous finance knowledge. She made the statement that she is committed to this district and that she is prepared to make a long-term commitment to this district, and that was to me a really strong statement. So, to me, it's just important that that the person who's going to fill the seat is prepared to go to work tomorrow. So many of the people we spoke about tonight, there's no doubt in my mind that they could become good board members in time, and I think that she would become a good board member tomorrow or tonight if appointed tonight. So that's why I would have her in my second position. If we're discussing, Mr. Rambo, I think that the experience that he gained when he had been appointed previously, and the time that he spent, even though it was short, aligned with his allegiance to the district, I believe has a grasp of what the issues are. Mr. Rambo understands that if you don't have equity in facilities, you set up, maybe unintentionally, an environment in which you don't have the equality you seek in all your program. Teachers like to go to work in a nice facility that's safe and clean. Children like to go to school in a nice facility, and this board has seen the impact of facility disparity in the open enrollment process. It's one of the things that have driven people away from very fine schools, the thought that perhaps newer is better. I believe Mr. Rambo could serve the board well. As the point I brought up, I needed to bring it up, is as a member of the board, can I ignore what the voters said 2 years ago and override the vote for a vote here at this table? So that caused me a problem. And when I get to Nicole Munoz-Murillo, I gave her a recommendation based on her background, her preparation, her skills. There's no doubt in my mind that she has a complete grasp of all of the state policy issues with respect to program planning, with respect to budget. Where, to me, she fell down, and Ms. Singh-Allen spoke to too, and I guess it just comes to a point of whether or not you think it has value, is that her work has been away from the district. Does that mean she couldn't come here and do a good job? Maybe yes, maybe no. But if I have a choice, and I think I have choice, then I would shy away from her on the basis that her experience is not here. It's elsewhere. So I I think the way in which I made my initial recommendations, I would stand on them. Ms. Nancy Chiras Espinoza, Mr. Jake Rambo, Nicole Munoz Morel.
Mr. Madison.
Yeah, real quick, Madam President, thank you. You know, I've heard a lot tonight, and again, stressing, I think we had a lot of good, fine candidates here. We talked about experience a lot, and there's no doubt that Ms. Espinoza is a highly educated woman. I think she's very well versed, a lot of experience in various fields. However, I didn't see a whole lot of involvement with her throughout the district as I make my rounds and you hear who's here, there. I didn't see a lot of that. I know she's ran for the city council. You know, I've heard comments throughout my tenure being on this board, it's been quite a while, when somebody says, I'm totally committed. And then within 2 or 3 years, they're gone to higher aspirations. I'm not indicating that's something she's going to do. I'm troubled. I'm concerned about that. She is a very highly qualified woman. I look at my own personal career here on this board. I came here not with a tremendous amount of knowledge about all the budgets and how they ran. I came from the business community where you had sales against, put it against your labor, revenue, we called it. It wasn't state funded or anything, but I was extremely involved in parent, my wife and I. I've been in this district over 38 years here now, going on 14 years on this board. So I've seen the growth from 12,000 to 62,000. And I want to tell you, the people, board members, have dedicated themselves to this district, to the superintendent, to the staff, to the bargaining units, and that's why we are here today. And we're one of the finest districts in California. And I just want to keep that. I want a person that's going to be truly, truly dedicated, day in and day out, weekends, that's going to do the job for these kids that is necessary and not necessarily on a political agenda. Mr. Rambo, speaking on him, he was one of my top choices. I've seen, again, this man grow tremendously. He's in a district. He has personally no aspirations I've seen. Anybody that hasn't been on the school board in the last 2 years or so, and you still hear about him. He knows what's going on. He's constantly out there. Yeah, he lost the election a couple of years ago. There's presidents in our society have lost elections 2 and 3 times, but became good presidents. So I just think that as a board, we need to look at the consistency, life-term learners about our children, our inequities, our facilities, all the way around, that's going to do the hard work out there day in and day out. And I just think that he's a candidate will do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak? I'm wide open for motion.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Perez.
Okay, I'm looking over my notes. I'm going to speak regarding Munoz Murillo. She's mentioned that in her introduction, she had school site member served on her community. And also, she was the only one I liked regarding the role of student at the board member. And you don't hear this. I read this an article. You make decisions on data. Data, remember, data drives decisions. And she was very astute, and she came forward and say, I will make decisions based on data, facts. Listen to everybody, collaborate, ask tough questions, fiscal issues. She's very astute on the budget issues. Also, she mentioned that her vision was excellent. I gave her 4 a score of 4 out of 4 on her vision. She talked about music, art, that we need cultural richness, resources for the right classes, children's, et cetera, et cetera. She talked about technology, STEM, Common Core. She also talked about professional development. I didn't hear that of the other candidates. And about facilities development. And Prop 30, how it's going to sunset. Nobody talked about how about the sunset of Prop 30, what we're going to do after the Prop 30 sunsets, and what we need to do. She also talked about health care of our staff, benefits, and our pension. She was very astute talking about our pension plans, and we need to deal with that issue. She knows that that's a big issue within all state school districts. She knew LCAP, LCFF, the base grant, low-income concentrated funding grants, and she was astute enough that we need to go out and seek grant monies. And then in her closing, she said, yes, I'm here for the learn term. Husband is the coach, Franklin High School. I don't have no doubts.
You're confusing.
What?
He's at Casumnes of.
That's Nancy?
Yeah. Thank you.
No, I wasn't. No, I'm not talking Munoz, Marrero. Moreo.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's with Casumnes, not Franklin, sir.
He's where?
Casumnes of.
Okay, I got that wrong then. He also, and then she said in her closing statement, she is a team player. I didn't hear any comments on team players. Nope, that's number 5. She said that.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Mr. Perez. Does anybody else have any additional comments? I'll go through sort of my, I have Dr. Crystal Martinez, Larry, go, yep.
I just have to say, all the people put forth, they're well qualified. You know, hearing the 3 names that were given, looking at Nancy, Nicole, and also Jake. I think, you know, for myself, looking at each of them, when going back to their vision statements, particularly Nicole had mentioned what she plans to do for her own child, but how that translates to resources, you know, also for the community and the children as a whole in the district. I think where I just have a concern as far as Chet brought up with Nancy is just, I'm just wondering the long term and her commitment here, and that there's no other conflict of interest with being on the planning commission. And then if that's straightened, you know, clarified for me, then I'll be able to help move forward with another decision. So, okay.
Any other questions?
That was it. That was the main questions I had. So.
Okay, I will go ahead and add some comments to that as well.
Yeah.
But as board president, I will speak last and yield to my colleagues.
Yeah, I think with respect to the last comment you made, Ms. Cherez Espinosa indicated that she's ready to make a long-term commitment. But I would make a comment that as a board, we have a responsibility to make a decision based on the written and oral information that we've been presented with, not what we might think somebody might do. We can't afford to make a decision based on what we think somebody might do at some point in time, because that would really be a discriminatory act, and it would not be fair to that individual or to this board as a Board of Education. That has no place to play in the decision that we make.
We have to move on. Thank you, Mr. Forcina.
The one comment that did stand out to me when Nancy spoke, and she did say, was if she is appointed, there is 2 years here, and she would plan to run in 4 years for the position.
Correct.
And so that is something I noted in my notes. Again, obviously, I'm very conflicted. I have all these papers out and keep reading, and so I appreciate any comments and look forward to hearing what you have to say.
Sure. I'm torn. This is a very, very difficult choice. I have them equal. So I absolutely think either one can do an amazing job. I think going through the checklist, they both bring a lot of common ground in terms of their experiences, and they also bring a lot of unique experiences that would be an absolute benefit to the board. So it's very difficult for me to advocate for one over another because I do think that they're both dynamic candidates. And if we're going to throw elections out there, I think just for fairness, Ms. Chires also went through an election as well. And so I think let's take that sort of off the table in terms of let's not evaluate either one of them because both of them have faced the public, granted for different seats. But one can say the voters decided. Did the voters decide? They voted for someone. They didn't say no to someone. So you really need to look at it in that regard as well for both candidates, that don't, not to treat this as sort of an outright rejection of somebody, but more in support of somebody else. And I think all of us are pretty knowledgeable to know what it takes to run campaigns and that process. And I really don't want to bring politics and campaigns to the discussion because I really don't think that that is appropriate. That is something that the voters can decide on their own. But to decide and to give either one more or less credibility based on past and future campaign promises, I just personally don't think that that is a valuable attribute for us to evaluate here. We have two solid candidates here with the wealth of knowledge. They both are solidly committed to our district and our community. They both serve passionately, selflessly. So I'm looking for some guidance from all of you because it is very hard for me. I know both of them, so this is hard. And I know 4 or 5 other of the candidates as well. So it really came down to that checklist when I identified my top 3 candidates in no order. I had to put aside any predispositions and any relationship and really go through that hard checklist that I identified already of who really will serve the best interest of our kids, our district, and move us forward. We want to hit the ground running. We have a lot of important work to do ahead of us, and we need to get our board whole so that we can start doing our great work. So I'm turning to my colleagues here for a motion.
I once again make a motion in favor of Nancy Chires Espinosa.
I second that. I second it.
We have a motion and a second. Ms. Hine, any other discussions?
Come on, man. Vote for Nancy. Get up here.
Aye. Fortuna.
Aye.
Madison.
I go aye.
What?
Aye.
Oh, I thought you said aloha.
Is that a yes? Is that a yes?
Go. It's your.
Yep.
Allier.
Yes.
Perez.
Yes.
Singh Allen.
Yes. I want to thank the board for that thorough deliberation, and I can honestly say with conviction that we gave every candidate a fair opportunity. And as you all know, this was such a difficult decision. We had some amazing candidates that were extremely qualified. We had the best case scenario. We had wonderful people, but it made it very difficult, but here we are. And so let's get on to the next very exciting part. We can invite in our newly appointed candidate.
I was afraid that the Democratic committee would do a recall and they don't take it to a vote. And Rambletown in there, the Democratic Party would have took the recount. Well, yeah, exactly, because they would have said that she wasn't the best qualified. Yeah, we already talked about that. That was planned too.
So Ms. Chires can either have our superintendent or myself is who she wants.
You did wonderful.
Thank you. When she's brought in, I will.
We'll just leave these on the table for Chris to pick up.
Yeah. Yes, oh yeah, when they all come in. Is everyone here? Okay, I want to welcome back everyone and all of our amazing candidates. On behalf of the Board of Education, I want to thank each and every one of you that did apply for this position. It was a very, very difficult task in identifying who best would help us lead the district. We had some amazing candidates that really yielded in about 2.5 to 3 hours of deliberation. So that speaks volumes in terms of the quality of the candidates. So I want to applaud all of you, first of all, for seeking this appointment. Thank you. And I want to congratulate, with unanimous support, our newly appointed board trustee, Ms. Nancy Chaitis Espinosa. Ms. Chaitis, we would like to call you up here, and you can have either the superintendent or the board president administer your oath of office so you can begin that great work you promised. Would you like the superintendent or the board president to administer the oath?
The board president, please.
The board president. What an honor. Thank you. Do I have a script?
Okay. And no offense, Mr. President. Where do I go?
Okay. Well, this is the first time I've done one of these. Okay, let's stage this correctly for the media because that's what's important right now. Okay, I would like for you to raise your right hand and repeat after me the oath of office. Closer. Please repeat after me the oath of office as newly elected governing board members. I, Nancy Chaitis Espinosa,
I, Nancy Chaitis Espinosa,
do solemnly swear that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. You're invited for a photo op, if you like, right here with the board. Yes. Where would you like this? Yes, please. Ms. Chaitis Espinosa
Just
would
very
like to make a
briefly,
comment.
before we start to lose folks, I just want to say to the board and to all of those present, I'm so honored and grateful for this opportunity. I'm ready to get to work, and thank you so much for your support, and I'm so very excited to get to work with you all.
Thank you.